Yes! No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome, everyone, to Bassmaster Live. This is Championship Sunday on legendary Lake Seminole. In the state of Georgia, we are down to 10 anglers from our original field of 104 who started out here 3 days ago. We have 1 day of fishing, 8 hours of fishing left to go, and we'll be watching our top 10 cameras with every angler all day long. We got a great field in our top 10, a couple of rookies, plus a couple of guys who have been fishing this place at this level for over 2 decades. So, Mark Zona, I think we got a big day ahead. Everything points to very exciting and very maybe even surprising day. We've already been surprised by the late developments yesterday.
Yeah, definitely Tommy Sanders, couple legends in our top 10, a couple rookies, and really that's the story at the top of the leaderboard. Joey Cifuentes from Arkansas he has done very well in big tournaments, but no tournament bigger than a Bassmaster Elite Series victory, and frighteningly similar to last week with that angler, Tyler Rivet. Maybe an angler at the top of the leaderboard the rest of the field was not looking at coming into a venue like this, and really looking at what Joey Cifuentes has done, eerily similar to last week, found something that nobody else in the field has found.
Again, he is a rookie. As you mentioned, he has a lot of fishing experience, Mark Zona, but hey, no matter where you come from, where you stand in the sport, today the pressure is on, and it is on Joey Cifuentes.
I have been in this position before, and it's really kind of like all the same things going through your head and all that. But this time I'm just, I'm way more calm because I've been there before and I've learned a lot from from being in that position. So it's nothing new though, which is good. It's always good to be leading a tournament, but it's stressful. It really is stressful, but I'm not even going to think about any of that thing. I'm just going to put my blinders up and I'm going to focus on what I'm doing and stay positive and see what happens.
Last question.
Well, it has been fascinating to watch Joey Cifuentes at work during the course of this week. There's your leaderboard right there with a 4-pound lead over Tyler Rivet, 5 pounds ahead of Greg Hackney. But mid-morning yesterday, it was a completely different scene, Mark Zona. He was 11 pounds and climbing away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, really has come out of the gates firing all 3 days of this tournament so far. Joey Cifuentes has, and fishing in Spring Creek pretty much all to himself. But you look at a couple names behind him. We are on a lake where 30-pound bags absolutely exist.
Great to have you with us here. We got a whole bunch of fishing to cover for you today, a whole bunch of stories working. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. I am Tommy Sanders here with Ronnie Moore, Such, Mark Zona as well. And Ronnie Moore, we've got some guys at the bottom who are a long ways back, 30-pound bags and plus they're going to have to do to get into the mix. But, hey, could be possible here.
Yeah, every single day of this event, it seems like there are rock-solid anglers that are so consistent, but there's the ability to slip up and have a 10, 12, 13-pound day. That's what those guys at the bottom of the leaderboard need. Joey Cifuentes, Tyler Rivet, Greg Hackney, they need them to slip a little. But I'll say this, Tommy, we've had a topsy-turvy top 10 every day. 4 anglers that were in our top 10 on day 3 made it to Championship Sunday. We had 6 new anglers jump in. Anything can happen. Someone's pattern could be waning. Someone's pattern can be getting better every day.
And Mark Zona, the late day momentum yesterday certainly belonged to the aforementioned Tyler Rivet and Greg Hackney. Watch those guys today.
Yeah, and that was really the big story after we were on FS1 yesterday. There were big bass caught late yesterday from anglers besides Joey Cifuentes, and I really think it's nice to hear Joey Cifuentes trying to talk himself calm. It is the best way to put it, and he has been in the position to win big tournaments, but not in an event like this, Tommy. I really think this tournament, it is critical, like last week with Tyler Rivet, who came out of the gates here on FS1 on Championship Sunday and caught a 6-pounder. I think it's so critical for Joey Cifuentes to do that, to just calm the nerves. The reason why, you look at guys, legends of bass tournament fishing like Greg Hackney, who is absolutely in his wheelhouse with the weather and a lot of big bass that showed up late yesterday afternoon.
Oh, we will be watching that very closely. Mike Such, you've been watching the numbers all week. Where are we landing today?
First-time winners, Joey Cifuentes, if he wins his first Elite Series win. Last week we had Tyler Rivet, his first win. You go back last season after Brian Schmidt, you had Austin Felix, Jace Shakurat, and Brandon Lester each win their first Elite Series. It'd be 5 out of 6 first-time winners.
All right.
That's kind of rare.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at this incredible fishery here, this legendary place down in the southwest corner of the Peach State of Georgia. Lake Seminole is a big part of Bassmaster history, bass fishing history, and it offers so many opportunities and so many different approaches and different looking areas for these guys.
No doubt, Tommy. Very, very healthy lake. Looking at your Minn Kota, unlock the lake of Lake Seminole. Off to the left-hand side of your screen, the Chattahoochee River, where it meets to the right-hand side of your screen, the Flint River. And then right in between is Spring Creek. That is where your leader is at, Joey Cifuentes. He's been there all 3 days of this tournament so far. And the great thing about Lake Seminole, very healthy, a lot of grass. The entire system has been at play as you go up the Flint River, taking a look at our takeoff, about 20 miles from the dam, 23 miles to be exact, up there in Bainbridge, Georgia, and that area right near takeoff, also a big player this week. That is your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake.
Very nice. Let's head to our leader to start this day, Joey Cifuentes. Big day number 2, 26 pounds and 1 ounce is the big limit of the tournament. That's what set him up here. He has certainly filled in all the other gaps as well.
Not a big one, but a keeper. We'll take them as they come. Take them as they come.
Joey started his. Go ahead, Missy.
Fishing a hand-poured drop shot worm, color Morning Dawn, a worm that we've seen a lot here in the Bassmasters throughout the years, fishing 22 feet of water. And just around the corner, actually towards the mouth of Spring Creek, Corey Johnston, who has slightly risen every day of this event.
Baby. Lots of them today.
Pounds on the first day for Corey Johnston, bumped it up to 18 and a half, 19 and a quarter yesterday.
Pound 3/4.
First look at Kiyoya Fujita, 27-year-old rookie from Japan.
Oh.
Came here through the Northern Opens Series last year, 2022.
Yes. Baby. Oh, baby. Baby. 2, 1/2. Maybe 1/2. Yeah. Uh, 113. Yeah. Good stuff.
Starting his day in 4th place, 10 pounds back. Had an 8.6 yesterday, a giant.
Yeah, you take a look at Pat Schlapper from Wisconsin. We thought Joey Cifuentes was one of the only anglers using his forward-facing sonar. Not the case, Tommy. Pat Schlapper has done that the entire tournament, mostly with a drop shot, but a little bit of jerkbait and bladed jig mixed in. A very special 50-yard spot.
Get up in here, boy. God, there's so many down there. It's stupid. They're just swarming. I'm talking. Let's go, baby. Let's freaking go, because they're down there and they're big and they want the food. And I just got to get this guy to stay away from me, but he's not gonna because his name is Jim, his last name's Jack. And God, there's so many. Did you see any of that on there? It is dumb what's happening down there.
Pat Schlapper is a hot mess
Thank you,
early here
Derek
on
Hudnell.
Championship Sunday.
Hot jerk bait tip. I'm talking like a dozen of them that size came up and wanted that minnow. Here they come again. Come on, eat it. Come on, baby. Eat the food. Go. Come on.
Eat the food, Tina. Tommy, I don't think we've ever heard that on the Bassmasters. They're here and they want the food.
We hear a new one every now and then. That's a good one. We see a lot of fish that size during the course of the day. But the objective is the big spawning females.
Yeah, like a pound and a half, probably.
Real big. Yeah. Oh. Yes! 3.5. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Big one. Oh, 4 pounder. Yes.
Well, he had a little trouble in his debut with the Elite Series last week at Okeechobee. He is having no trouble this week. Looks very much at home, this rookie, this celebrated rookie from Japan.
Exactly. If you talk to a lot of the other Japanese anglers, they have said this young angler from Japan, definitely the real deal, starting out right here on Lake Seminole, and very, very similar to what we've seen on semifinal Saturday. Big ones definitely playing. Good one right there for Koya Fujita.
Well, as we mentioned, he starts 10 pounds back. Normally you'd say, oh boy, poor guy. He's got a lot of work. Well, he does have a lot of work to do, but obviously we see that it's possible to gain some ground on the field, and he has done that right now. Worked himself almost into a tie for second place with Tyler Rivet. Joey Cifuentes has yet to put a big one in the boat yet, but we know he will do that soon. Seeing a lot of things. We're seeing a bigger story today as we move on into Championship Sunday here from Lake Seminole. Step away for just a minute and come right back.
The Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
So honestly, yesterday I caught the big bag winding. Caught them some on the top water bait, some swimming a jig. Today I'm expecting that same thing to happen. It was totally different. Today it was all about a green pumpkin rage bug. Every fish I caught today was off the bed, which I knew the fish I caught yesterday were too, but I didn't visually have to fish for them and I didn't have to slow down. And today it was a grind. I mean, not really a grind. I guess I caught quite a few fish, but I mean, I had to fish holes in the grass like I could actually see the fish and I could not, and just make repetitive casts to get them to bite. And it still turned out good. Still caught a good bag of fish today. A little bit of deficit to make up tomorrow, but I feel good, and I'm just honestly just feel very blessed to fish on a championship Sunday. I do love to fish on Sundays.
Bass Pro Shops top lures. And Tommy, I'm not gonna lie, I like that creepy carnival music in that Bass Pro Shops top lures
Well, that's
segment right there.
Setting the scene for us right here. Some wild things may happen today. The unexpected. Prepare for the unexpected as we get back out on the water here. Heading out to Derek Hudnell, who fished his way into the top 10 yesterday. His 5th year from Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
And really, Derek Hudnell having to catch him on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Unusually slow couple years, but there is a presence of a shad spawn early. These fish corralling a lot of the shad spawning overnight. And Derek Hudnell just fishing a small 50-yard stretch that he has concentrated on all week in the mouth of Spring Creek.
This is a big one. Take your time. Oh, goodness. Stay hooked up, baby. Stay hooked up. Got him in the side of the head. That's a big one, too.
Hudnell throwing a jerk bait every morning. Said it reloads at night. A little 60-yard stretch that doesn't have as much grass. That was one of the biggest problems in the mouth of Spring Creek, finding one of those bald areas with hard bottom.
One hook in her mouth. Come on, dog. Come on. Got her. It's a way to start Championship Sunday right there. Let's go. Four and 3/4.
It's just a little one. But it is a keeper.
Cifuentes started out his big day number 2, catching big ones, but yesterday he had a similar start to this, a lot of smaller fish coming in early.
Yeah, exactly. Really took about 30 minutes to dial in some of the bigger ones, 22 feet of water. And if you joined us on FS1 yesterday, it is a minefield of timber out on this 22-foot flat. And day 1, he said, with all the wind, he lost some real big giants in Spring Creek. But days 2 and 3 really executed on all of his big bites. But this is exactly how it started out yesterday.
Back over to Derek Hudnell. Didn't tell us the weight on that last one. Looked to be in the 4 range or more.
Entered that as a 4-pound, 12-ounce. Wow. First fish, big fish of the day so far.
Ain't no giant, but we'll take him.
Derek's made cuts the last couple of years, but he's had really low finishes where he hasn't made a classic since 2019.
Yeah, he's had a couple
3-pounder.
random things happen to him.
2.
Not making it back to a weigh-in with mechanical issues or weather preventing him to get there on time, you know, accidentally fishing in the off-limits area and not being able to compete in an event. There's just been little things that have derailed seasons for Hudnell. He's off to a great start this year, 17th in AOY currently.
Oh, buddy. Get in here, boy. Yes. Oh, that's the kind. That's for you, Gunner. That's for you, Gunner. Oh, there's so many. There's so many down there. Just got to get JJ out of here and freaking get him in the boat. That's freaking 4.5 for sure.
You hear Pat Schlapper say there has been no other competitors in that area, but he has had a local in his back pocket. But that happens. It's spring in the South Tommy.
Sure, that's part of the deal.
Lake Seminole gets a little crowded. Interesting in that area with Pat Schlapper. Actually saw him blowing up shad in there yesterday morning.
It's got some patchy hydrilla around it. It's really the only place I can. There he is. Another good one.
This is a very well-known flat in the mouth of Spring Creek. Fishing a bald area in all of that grass. That grass is so thick in the mouth of Spring. And if you look in the background, you see that boat. Hudnell believes a lot of these fish coming and going and just stopping on that hard spot.
Got him in the underneath the mouth. Again, no giant. He'll make the team. Ain't no big one.
You can see that right there on his graph Z, just the different levels of the grass. Some of that grass is really tall, some's really short, and then obviously, like you said, there's areas where it's just sand and bald spots, and some of those fish just hang in that area on the edge, waiting to bite. And just like Derek Hudnell and Pat Schlapper, I mean, great starts to their
Those
day.
two guys blasting away at the leaders there. They have inserted themselves into the number 2 and 3 spot early on today with solid fish. Derek Hudnell, he can get really streaky when he gets around big bass, and Pat Schlapper, a steady improvement in just 3 years with the Bassmaster Elite Series. And oh man, we got some great stories today. A lot of movement early on. It has been a catch fest so far today on legendary Lake Seminole. More to come. Be right back. NASCAR Cup Series roars into Fontana for the final race on the 2-mile oval. Will Kyle Larson repeat, or will a new West Coast King be crowned? The engines fire at 3:30 Eastern, only on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Tommy, you just about called it last week with Joey Logano,
we
but
got
strange
close.
ending to that. Strange ending to that Daytona 500. My pick, Kyle Busch, wanting to get to a regular racetrack this time around.
Big track out there, big, fast action coming up today. Looking forward to that. Let's get back out to Pat Schlapper, getting those fish fired up. And Pat Schlapper himself, as you pointed out, very fired up this morning.
He is, and you could tell there is a presence of a shad spawn as fast as they are biting pretty much every cast right now. We'll dissect this area, but this was just moments ago with Pat Schlapper.
Begging. Good one, not a big one. Let's go, baby.
Boy, he has become dangerously close getting hooked with that suspended jerkbait.
Stay in there, Chubblins. Come on, Uncle Joe, get out of here.
Honestly, for the first time in like a day and a half, we have a new unofficial leader on Bass Track, Pat Schlapper, overtaking Joey Cifuentes, who's had it since the middle of day 2, it seems.
Pat from Wisconsin, former Bass Nation champion. First look at Shane LeHue from North Carolina on the right, fished his way in yesterday.
Little bitty guy. He's a keeper. He smoked it. Like the way he bit it, but wish he was about 6 pounds bigger.
Shane LeHue living in the Flint River.
His tail's too close to
Just off the main river channel. Very close to where we saw Drew Cook and Drew Benton start this event back on Thursday, which feels like a half a year ago.
Oh my gosh.
15 ounces?
Shane's big limit was day 2, like a lot of our anglers in the top 10, really anchoring, wheeling things around that big day.
1 pound.
1 pound even?
Yeah, LeHue throwing a 3/8 ounce Berkeley swim jig.
That's right.
Said he was even stunned that this area, very popular area in the Flint River, has reloaded every day of this tournament.
Yeah. Got a bite.
He's not an early riser, at least.
Now, maybe that's a sign. I was swimming the white jig, and that was like my second.
Begging. Unless he's hooked weird. That's what I call him, a begging. Oh, post spawner. Oh, post spawner. Says Tom, there's something going on here, baby. Okay, where's this? He's got the head of a 4-pounder, but he's only about a 3 1/4. Oh my God, this is just a absolute infestation. Absolute infestation. I haven't even got up to the V of it yet. Why didn't I do this earlier in the week? I tried to up in the hole there, but I owe you a beer or two, Hudnell. Oh, that's a bad one. I gotta chill out. Well, I know. You've seen, well, a lot has happened in the first 10 minutes of being here. We had a small coral with Grandpa Joe.
Looking at 15 feet of water. Probably about 1.5 miles from your leader coming in today, Joey Cifuentes. And here's the difference. 15 feet of water, there definitely is a lot of scattered timber. But the biggest key in this area, broken hydrilla that comes really almost to the surface, within a couple feet of the surface. And you could tell there is a presence of a shad spawn early in here this morning. Pat Schlapper not throwing a jerkbait early in this event. Obviously a big player here on Championship Sunday.
Fucking T-boning that food. Oh, jeez.
Oh, he did get hooked right there, Z. You were right. You
He
called
got
that.
me. Oh, that might
Saw
be
that
in
coming,
for the-
Such.
Oh, no, dude.
Yeah, you called it.
That was coming.
Fat shuffling. What am I going to do here?
Nice epaulet.
Can you help me get that out? Is that legal? Huh? I mean, Jiminy's, that's like... Oh, okay, I got that one. I can't... Oh. Okay, we got that one. Come on, baby.
Hey, he's just
Get out of there,
fortunate
boy.
that it's just in the clothing and
All
the
by
skin
myself,
there.
Dad.
It'd be a difficult spot.
We got 5 now, right? Probably a pretty good start. I gotta retie. I gotta sort through
Tommy, I'm
those
gonna go as
chug
far
ones,
as
too.
to
I don't
say-
really know what's what.
He's going to hook himself again this morning.
I don't know. They live here.
He started 9, 14 pounds, 14 ounces back, and he's made that up. He's on top of the leaderboard.
All right, keep your eye on the jerkbait in this fish's grill. He's lucky he didn't get that right in the jaw.
Oh, golly. Yeah. I don't know what kind of clothing, apparel that jersey is, but I've never seen one get hooked so good, yet just come straight out without pliers. And
When it's going your way, I guess it's going your way.
When it's your
Digging that
time,
barb out.
It's your morning.
Pat Schlapper announced first thing when we came to him.
You'll see a big school of shad move through. And they're shad, the majority of them are, because like I'll see them actually popping the shad out of the water. Oh boy, come on. Up. Okay. God, there's so many. Oh. I'm okay. I'm okay, John.
No.
I got it.
No.
I gotta calm down. I just, here's the thing. Look at them eating that. Look at that. You think they like that? I gotta figure out. I gotta weigh these things because I don't want to do something dumb. That's a good one. That's probably a 4Z. I don't know. We're about to find out. I gotta do this because
Got to
I
slow
don't want
motion
something
that.
dumb
You have
happen.
to.
Oh my gosh.
And I have a system, and I'm not following my system right now because it's chaos.
Yeah. All
What is
right.
happening, Tommy?
I don't know.
Between this catch right here, good one for Pat Schlapper, getting a little bit of love from Derek Hudnell, saying, hey, might want to throw a jerkbait in that area you've been fishing all week long. Catches this fish right here, and I'm talking about full-blown van down by the river. Pat Schlapper here. Wait. Easy now. Grab some wood, boy.
I think he's chased off Grandpa Joe with some of these antics here. Who's fishing next to him?
Yeah. Your power pole replay of the day has been the last 40 minutes with Pat Schlapper.
Worth it. Wow.
When you have 20 pounds in the first 30 minutes of the tournament day on the championship Sunday, and he doesn't know he's in the unofficial lead, but he's feeling it.
said first thing when we arrived, it's stupid out here. Stupid good. And man, it races a 15-pound deficit in about 15 minutes.
3.5 again. Oh, shoot. I gotta calm down. I gotta get this done because I want to keep catching them because they're angry right now. It's number 5, right?
Only thing to really watch at the top of the leaderboard. Joey Cifuentes still stuck on 2 very small keepers. Unusual morning for Cifuentes.
Whoa, what do we got going on here? It's like...
Obviously, for fans at home wondering why he's taking the time to do this, he caught his 5-fish limit very quickly. He's got up to about 20 pounds. Now he's weighing all of them to see which... So now when he starts to catch them more in cold, he knows which one to quickly take out and replace with.
Where's number 4? Where's number 4? Where are you at? I want to get this done so I can go back to catching them. That's the one that's going to go, I believe.
Little. Might be a pound and a half, maybe.
Wow, world turned upside down on short order on day number 4, Championship Sunday. Big lead and big deficits for certain anglers, but Pat Schlapper, he knows how to handle that. Derek Hudnell as well. He's put himself on top of the leaderboard after a 15-pound deficit. Now he's got a 2-pound lead over Joey Cifuentes. But it's early on today. Man, if the first 30 minutes were any indication, we have got a huge day ahead of us on Championship Sunday at Lake Seminole.
Yeah!
No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Stay pegged. That's really my main goal, just to hold up one of those trophies. So, my game plan is no different than any other day I fished. I'm going to go to my main area. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm gonna stay out there all day. I'm not gonna go do anything else. If it's meant to be, it's gonna happen. And I honestly today I caught a lot of fish that were post spawn, and I didn't really know that there were. And so matter of fact, all of them were. So I think I've got fish coming to me. Also think I have fish that are swimming in that are going to spawn too. So I just got a great little travel way right there. And but I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna keep the game plan. I'm gonna shoot for 20 pounds, and that's what I'm gonna try and get. Oh my goodness!
What a start to his Elite Series career for Joey Cifuentes. Top 10 last week at Lake Okeechobee, and here the lead for most of this tournament, sometimes approaching 12 pounds. Not happening yet today for him, though.
Exactly. And Tommy, let's take a deep breath. Let's just all breathe after that Pat Schlapper footage for 45 minutes. Getting back out to Joey Cifuentes. 2 keepers, small keepers in his live well. And the one common theme, this is Texas 101, man. All of that flooded timber that he's been in. He said the one common theme where he's catching them, a lot of crappie spawning on the tops of these big trees.
It's little.
See a lot of that on Lake Fork.
Just trying to get a limit
lakes
first.
down there with standing timber.
Oh.
We have 10 remaining from our original field of 104 on this final day, Championship Sunday. The other anglers that we are with all day today among the 10 include Tyler Rivet, our champion last week from Lake Okeechobee, four-time Bassmaster Elite Series winner and former Angler of the Year, Greg Hackney, Mike Iaconelli, who won here over 20 years ago in a Bassmaster Tour, which is the equivalent of the Elite Series today. And Bill Lowen fished hard, fished his way in.
Now we're fishing a jerkbait. We are wide open, guys. Wide open.
Iaconelli starting off so strong the first 2 days of this tournament in a small pocket off the Flint River. And that area definitely has died out. A lot of pressure from other competitors that are not fishing today. The one thing Joey Cifuentes needed, though, you look at the top anglers, Greg Hackney and Tyler Rivet, his closest pursuers coming into Championship Sunday. Both of them really struggling this morning, which we did not see yesterday.
I was just fixing to pick up and just frog around a little bit, and then that wind kind of picked up. I was like, I don't know.
Definitely a little more local pressure in that area where Hackney is. Only saw one boat there yesterday, Clark Munlin, who did not make our finals.
We've had a look at all of our 10. We'll be following all day long. It could come down to the final fish of the day. Things have tightened up here on Lake Seminole. Back to our leader to start the day, Joey Cifuentes.
It's not that big. Oh, it's got me in a tree. It's got me in a tree. It's not that big, but it's a keeper.
See how much he torques on those fish to get them up fast.
That hook fell right out of its mouth. It's a little better quality, but good Lord. Thank you, Lord. That's good. Now we got 4. Just gonna keep chipping away one at a time. Hopefully they keep getting bigger and bigger. Maybe a little bit of sun will come up and they'll start biting. Fish got me wrapped around a tree. That was a little scary.
This should put him over 72 pounds. Schlapper is just over 71. So his 19-pound bags made up that 15-pound deficit quick, but Cifuentes has an answer.
Am I supposed to talk, or what do you want me to do? Right now, is it on? Well, I had a good start here. Like another one right there. That's a big one if that's a bass. Right there too. Oh, we need you. Stay on. He ain't hooked good. 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 Get out of here, loons. Oh, that's a big one. He ain't hooked good. Get in here, baby. Yeah, that'll help. Barely I got him. Ow, ow. You gotta be.
You nailed it, see?
Careful. Jiminy's. You gotta be more careful. mean, that ain't a bad one. Where were you first day? Jiminy's. Okay, number 3 is gonna go. Number 3 is gonna go. That's a heavy 3. I don't think he's gonna be 4, but he's a heavy 3. Yeah, he's 4. He's gonna give us close to 19 and a half. Not bad. Number 3. Gotcha. That was fortunate to get that one. That's why you put high-end treble hooks on. Let's just do a little quick count here and make sure we got 5.
Oh my goodness.
It's kind of
Tommy, I really want you to pay attention to your Mercury move of the day.
Okay.
Pat Schlapper definitely paying attention to a lot of the locals in his area. I think he just tuned up a couple loons that got near his boat while yet hooking himself again. And I think the best part of that montage was him addressing his cameraman saying, "Oh, do you want me to talk?" No, you've done more than that this morning, dude. Pat Schlapper landing on him in a big way in the mouth of Spring Creek and absolutely bringing it. Just, Pat, breathe and be careful the rest of the day. Getting it done with a jerkbait. Somehow, it's hard to believe he has not thrown a jerkbait in that area, mostly done with a drop shot this week. Easy to say here on Championship Sunday. Pat Schlapper, you are a hot mess, and you are the Mercury.
Look at that
move of the day.
What am I gonna do?
That is entertainment. That was a magic hour with Pat Schlapper right there, taking himself all the way to the top from 15 pounds back and doing it with style.
I'm okay.
Mercury move of the day from 8:08 to 8:31. Pat Schlapper said there are a lot of big fish in this hydra. I can't even talk. Mercury move of the day.
We are on the move today. Pat Schlapper moving faster than anyone. So much fun to watch. What a time he is having out there. Joey Cifuentes, though, just with that last catch, put himself back on top of the leaderboard. But Pat Schlapper has moved a huge move today. Ditto for Derek Hudnell. Tyler Rivet, Greg Hackney were second and third. Now they're a bit down right now, but it's still just early on. And the big ones we know are here on Lake Seminole. We'll see more of them as we move through the morning.
Yeah!
No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Bassmaster Live, and it has been lively this morning on Championship Sunday at the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole. Second stop of the year, second of 9 big championships that comprise the Bassmaster Elite Series for 2023. Joey Cifuentes has been occupying the top of our top 10 for the better part of 3 days right now, but he has lost that spot momentarily today by Pat Schlapper coming from way down with an amazing morning so far. The rest of that top 10 has been a revolving door throughout this tournament so far. Very volatile, big explosions, big bite windows here, everything you want for excitement.
Yeah, the one thing you've definitely seen all week long here, especially up in the Flint River, which surprisingly we have not seen so far today with guys like Bill Lowen and Tyler Rivet. As you kind of head west, looks like we're heading north right there, but we're not. We're headed west here on Lake Seminole. Taking a look at Koya Fujita, Shane Lee Hugh, a little bit slower for those two anglers today. Let's just get on the water right now with Pat Schlapper yet again.
Oh my God, what's going on? I didn't lose any of the first frickin'. Oh boy. Oh boy. Come on, baby, stay on there. How do you bring in 12 pounds the first day when you... I don't get it. I mean, then that's how, I don't know if that'll even help if I'm being serious.
Bigger question, Tommy, is how have I not taped a Zona show with this dude?
I'm telling you, this is solid gold.
Again, Pat Schlapper fishing a almost 100-yard ditch in the mouth of Spring Creek. 15 feet of water. And as we go up into Spring Creek with your day 3 leader, Joey Cifuentes, hooked up.
Yeah, that's 5. Now we can start culling. I'm gonna run into some good ones today at some point. Just gotta keep my head down and keep fishing.
Joey Cifuentes, a rookie with a lot of fishing experience as a co-angler to start with and contending as an individual. Right now, man, it has been fast and furious out there. This is like we're going to hand the baton off very quickly to Dave and Davey. Dave Mercer, Davey Height, take it away for some on-location coverage.
Thank you very much, guys. And Davey Height, I'm confused. All week we've kind of not really had a direction for this tournament. And right when everybody decides, okay, well, we know the direction, the Cowboy is going to gallop away with this title, he's having his toughest morning ever. What is going on?
Well, you know, he has fished one general area all week, so you start wondering, is he really running out of fish or is it just a slower morning for him? The big thing that jumps out to me, we've got more sunshine this morning than we've had all week. So maybe that's affecting the fish. You wouldn't think it would hurt him as much as it seems to be. We'll see. We'll see. Pat Schlapper has made a hard charge this morning at 20 pounds in a hurry. He's very fortunate he hasn't had the hooks in him any more than he has. A couple times it's been a real hot mess to watch. But, you know, you got a Greg Hackney, you've got guys that we're going to keep an eye on today. Joey is cracking the door for the first time this week. Just a crack, but cracking the door.
Well, Pat Schlapper, always a lot of fun to watch. I mean, his story, all the stories in our top 10 are truly incredible. But Pat Schlapper, you know, a former sales rep in a tackle store, left his job to chase his dream and worked his way up through the Bass Nation and becoming a top 10 regular, you know, recently. You know, his first season was a little rocky, but he seems to have really found himself, and it's cool to see him being himself.
It is, and watching him this morning, I mean, it's really been fun to watch. You can tell how excited he is, the enthusiasm he has about being in the top 10. Besides that, just catching one fish after the other on a jerkbait here this morning, and it's been really fun watching those 3 sets of treble hooks get all over in his jersey everywhere. So it's been really, really fun. You can tell he's excited. I heard him say something just now that is definitely on his mind. It's on a lot of people's mind this week that had one slow day. He only had 12 pounds the first day, and gosh, he's got to be thinking, man, if I could have just caught 15 or 16 pounds, I'd have a lot better chance. But this place we've been talking all week, 25 to 30-pound stringers are definitely possible on Lake Seminole. I still think we might see that. We saw one 25-pound stringer yesterday with Tyler Rivet. I don't doubt that we won't see that today.
Well, you know what's fun? What's fun for me is watching Elite Series anglers fish while sitting beside a Bassmaster Classic champion. Let's get out in the water live with Derek Hudnell.
There he is, I think. Is that a fish? Yep. Good one. Don't go to that wood. Oh, fatty. Well, that's how they should be eating it right there. Come on, you done? Just a little chubby fella.
All signs early on are pointing to
Just
you're
a
saying
little
there's a
chubby.
chance.
And I threw him up.
There's, to be honest with you, there's more of a chance than I thought there was an hour ago. I'm really surprised. And Joey's got a limit. You know, it's not like he hasn't had a bite or anything. The size just seems to have gone away for him. And the other thing I've noticed, several of his fish that he's caught this morning are post-spawn fish. Like a lot of those bigger, heavier fish have moved a little bit on him.
The thing to keep in mind is not only if they have moved. You talk to other anglers in the top 10 like Corey Johnson, and he has openly said if his fish move, they are moving to me.
Yeah.
So it's not just a case of things getting tougher on Joey, but it's a case of it getting better for your nearest pursuers.
You're exactly right, and I was out there yesterday afternoon because it's just so exciting to watch what's going on in this lake, how things are changing. A little slower than a lot of people thought, including myself, but there's a lot of factors. We can talk about that more a little later, but I saw with my own eyes, I was around Corey Johnson yesterday afternoon, a lot of fish moving up there shallower where he's fishing.
That's built, that ain't gonna do nothing. I need a 20-incher that's built like that.
Wow, his smallest fish is 3.8.
I mean, look at that thing.
That's the thing, you know, he's right there, but we talk about this a lot. Joey's got a lot of room to grow. Pat's getting there about where he's going to be. You know, we'll see how it goes on when we come back here in just a minute.
Always good to watch Pat Schlapper on Championship Sunday. Lots of fishing ahead from this historic fishery, but atop the leaderboard still, although it's been tough on Joey Cifuentes, he is your tournament leader while the rest of the field tries to chase down the Cowboy with 74 pounds and 7 ounces from the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole in beautiful Bainbridge, Georgia, the Oak City.
Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Welcome back to our on-location coverage. A beautiful Sunday morning here in Bainbridge, Georgia, the 229. And we are here for the second Championship Sunday of 2023. And this one, for in a week, we went from the Palms to the Pines, but a beautiful day here today. Championship Sunday, 80 degrees, a low of 60 degrees. A little bit of wind, west wind, 5 to 10. So pretty much a perfect day. And Davey Height, you said it yourself. I mean, if we were going to set up for one of these triumphant Championship Sunday comebacks, it is definitely heading that direction.
It really is. Like I mentioned a little earlier, I was out there yesterday afternoon, later than I've been on the water all week, and I saw fish moving up on those shallower, sandy spots. Corey Johnson and some of the other anglers are fishing there. But what we're really seeing this morning with Derek Hudnell and Pat Schlapper is those fish that were out on the river channel that, like, the second stop is in there in that 12 to 15 foot range around some patchy hydrilla, and they are really doing well this morning on these jerk baits.
After a tough first day, Schlapper has put himself
there we go
into second place early on day 4.
Frickin'. Oh boy. He ain't hooked good either. He's hooked good on that one hook, but dang, Daniel.
Note right there, his smallest fish, 3 pound, 8 ounces.
He'll probably help a little. It's just like that must be that's a post spawner there. Either that or just a big male. Not terrible. Grandpa Joe would knock the sides off that baby.
Boy, he is feeling it this morning, isn't he? I don't blame him.
I'm going to tell you, though, this is Pat Schlapper. This is the way he was when he won the Bass Nation. And he talked about it at takeoff this morning.
A little bit better.
That first season on the Elites, he was like, I wasn't myself. I didn't feel comfortable. He said it was a totally... He is one of the most dominant anglers from his part of the world. Like, you talk to people and they're like... We get up there and they're like, Pat Schlapper has caved skulls for years in local tournaments. So, and that's what all of these Elite Series anglers are. They just, you know, they're the best in their local area. Then they come to this national level. And he said, I had a really tough time adjusting, but he seems to have figured it out and clearly is very much at home.
Oh, yeah, it's just fun to watch. It's just fun to watch his enthusiasm and just how much he enjoys being here. And catching 20 pounds on Championship Sunday is always fun. Shane LaHue. Solid fish here, his 4th keeper. Boy, you can see the diversity that we talked about. That's one thing that we were right on target with is the diversity, the different baits, the different depths that we would see these anglers fishing. Just today here in our top 10, we got anglers fishing 20 feet deep, 12 to 15 feet deep, and Shane LaHue just casting right to the bank, 1 foot deep.
Boy, Shane LaHue has had an incredible Elite Series career. Early, and I mean, it's not that old, but it just still feels like he's got to have that big coming out moment. You know what I mean? Like, he's weighed 100 pounds, but he didn't win that tournament. He seems to be in the mix in a lot of events and incredibly consistent. But his moment's coming. There's going to be an event that lines up perfect for him.
Yeah, I totally agree. He and Brandon Cobb are close friends. They're a lot alike. Yeah. And for him to see Brandon Cobb have those coming out moments like you mentioned, winning at Hartwell and at Lake Fork, Shane LaHue is a very good fisherman. He's just a quiet guy. You know, he doesn't, you know, you don't hear a lot about him unless you go and talk to him personally, but he is a great fisherman, and we will see him have his coming out moment.
Derek Hudnell from Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Stay down, stay down, stay down.
Come to think of it, these last 2 events have been big Louisiana events.
Yeah, you're right. You're exactly right. And
are you kidding me?
With Derek Hudnell, oh gosh.
Oh, ouch.
Tough loss there.
That was painful. Only one way to make it a little more painful, and let's relive it.
Yeah, we love the thrill of victory and the agony of angling. Isn't that what you say, Dave Mercer? It's just, this is part of it. Derek Hudnell having a good tournament, good for him, getting a good start to 2023, but tough loss there for him. A really good fish. It certainly would have helped his stringer.
I enjoyed the look of disdain to his lure. He looked at that lure like,
has to be.
How dare you?
You let my fish go.
It's always the lure's fault.
Currently in 3rd place. And I think Derek and Pat, they realize, you know, they're excited that they're catching these fish early this morning, but they, you know, they can feel, hey, I've got a chance where maybe an hour and a half ago, they weren't really feeling like that.
Well, and in some ways, again, not to just paint the picture that this could be a giant comeback, but it sets up perfectly for that because the rest of the field doesn't have that much pressure because they assume, you know, Joey's going to catch him. But if he slips.
Yes. Greg Hackney with his first keeper this morning. Very small fish.
It is a storm.
But hey.
Had to get a little stink in there.
Get one in the live well.
I think I caught one like that. Yeah, I think my 5th one, yes. Maybe it's going to be backwards today. Maybe the 5th one will be. Oh, the second one, or every one in between. Or the rest of them. Oh, it's good to set the hook.
Hackney leaves after this and heads down the road to
I'm fixing
follow
to go
the
right
Fish the
back in there.
Bassmaster Open.
Just to make sure that I told you, there's some little guys you got to be afraid of.
I asked him why. You know, why such a busy schedule? He said it is the Bass
all them
rut.
big guys are fighting at
You want to be fishing this month.
This time of the year.
Yes.
Yeah. We talked about fish moving up yesterday afternoon, and Greg Hackney certainly needs that to happen because he stayed within just a small area, 150-yard stretch all day long, and had some good fishermen around him that did not get many bites yesterday. So his one key area, I think he'll need it to reload. I don't doubt that that's going to happen, but it's been a slower start for him this morning.
Because right there is where I'm still fishing around where that wake, you know.
The closest wake.
Yeah, the closest wake was. But it's funny, when I move the boat up a little bit, the hole looks different. You know what I mean? Like, it actually looks a little more defined.
Greg Hackney, always one you want to keep your eyes on Championship Sunday. Heck, for any day of competition, keep your eye on Greg Hackney. But Koya Fujita, big fish alert. What?
Oh, my goodness. That's a 7-pounder. Yep, says that. Skeeter Big Fish Alert, 7-pounder. A little sketchy surface right there, the spot that he caught that fish, but that's what we need to make Championship Sunday a little more exciting, a few of those.
Yeah, and he has definitely done that. Yesterday weighed in our Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the tournament in 8.6, and now a 7-pounder. He was a highly touted rookie. You know, coming into this, I mean, it took him 3 events to qualify. And now it's 2 events into his Elite Series career, and he's already in the top 10. I would say all the chat and all the hype around him is for real.
And how deja vu inside of Jack Wingate's landing, catching a 7-pounder on Championship Sunday.
Incredible. You see our 4-box right there. Everybody trying to catch Joey Cifuentes, our tournament leader. The Cowboy is in front with 74 pounds and 7 ounces. But as you can see, everybody is slowly but surely catching up to the Cowboy. Can he win his first Elite Series event in only his 2nd Bassmaster Elite Series tournament? Joey Cifuentes is sure hoping so. We'll find out. We'll be right back.
Yes!
No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome back. On location coverage in beautiful Bainbridge, Georgia. It is my favorite day of the week. It is Championship Sunday at the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole. In a tournament that looked like it was going to be a runaway. Joey Cifuentes had this tournament on cruise control. But as we learned time after time, it is nature. It's not very controllable. It's played on a public playing field. And things a little tougher on him, but regardless, still in the lead, Davey Height.
Still in the lead. Went out this morning with a good solid 4-pound lead, and that's tightened up just a little bit. But we've definitely seen the top 4 from Derek Hudnell up tightening that gap up a little bit, a little slower for some of the other anglers that I definitely think it'll get better in the afternoon for people like Shane LaHue, Corey Johnson, Bill Lowen.
That is our playing field right here in the great state of Georgia for the second stop of the 2023 Bassmaster Elite Series and Lake Seminole. Not a giant body of water in Elite Series terms, Davey Height, but it's definitely been a challenging playing field for our anglers this week.
Yes, it's a very diverse fishery. A lot of vegetation, standing timber, a little rock, a lot of these sand flats. The hydrilla sand mix is what Pat Schlapper is fishing here this morning and having a great morning here on Championship Sunday.
I got to be honest, I love me some Pat Schlapper. He's one of my favorites. Got a bit of a John Cox vibe. You know what I mean? Like he's very
just enjoys life.
Lucky.
Yeah, good point. Enjoys life. He's certainly enjoying life this morning.
Yeah, it's hard not to enjoy that.
Ooh. Oh, he worries me with these hooks. It's up there a little hot.
I can't get him with it. He's got all them freaking hooks in him. That's a good one. I got old Scotty in my butt. Scottsboro. That's the swim bait. Okay, here we go. That one should help. You gotta keep tricking them, man. One of these is gonna be a giant. I'm due for a giant, like a giant, like a big one. That should help. I don't know. You think that'll help? No. You don't think it will? Dude, he's fat though. He's heavy. He's heavy.
Pre-spawn fish weigh a little more than you think a lot of times, but smallest fish being 3.5. This is going to be close here.
You having any fun?
Yeah. This is a good day. It's 3 3/4. What do you mean ain't gonna help? I mean, Jiminy's. It's like you've been seeing a lot of good ones this morning or something.
It's catching pre-spawn and post-spawn fish. They can be deceiving which ones might weigh most.
Watch, you know, catch a single fish today and nobody else catches one. Yeah, I mean, he's 372, so 3 3/4.
Oh no. It was a good one.
I could hear the line.
Yeah, I'm in the
It was
tree.
wrapped in one of those trees.
Ooh. I mean, I saw the fish. It was right there, and it just hit that tree. It was every bit of 3 pounds for sure. Could have been 4. Don't know. Broke me off. All right. Always going to battle a little adversity on Championship Sunday. So we're going to forget about it. We're going to keep plugging along.
Boy, the voices
nice
have
fish.
to be creeping in the back of his head. I mean, and he's been...
Had him.
Historically, he's had a few of these, you know, where he came into the final day, big event on the St. Lawrence River. So I'm assuming you start to think about all of those.
You do. I totally agree with that. But also, every one of those helps you grow as an angler. I mean, what I heard him say and the way he acted there couldn't be any better. But like you said, the voices in his head is what we really don't know about. Bill Lowen with a good solid one here, no doubt.
Woo. Just lost one, or just missed one this big, and just missed another one. But that's a good way to start the day. Woo. Goodness, long time coming. I heard you say, ooh.
I saw the weight. He was, I mean, it was it looked like a boat.
Looked like a shark.
That's what I love about our sport. This is first fish, but you know, all of a sudden I've got a chance. I've only got to catch 4 more of these.
That's why I'm having so much fun up here.
You just never know.
catching them like that.
What may happen next cast?
Number one's going away. I'm going to say he's 5.
And a great start to the 2023 season for Dollar Bill. You know, made both cuts.
I should have another one that looks just like this one. Hey, we ain't going to zero. $5.20. Get a 5-pounder. 5-pounder all day long. Thank you, fish. And these are all pre-spawn. Look at them. All right.
What weight did he say there?
5.2.
Okay.
Skunk is out of the boat.
Well, we don't just pick on the guys when they lose one, but we also like to relive it, and let's relive that fish catch with Bill Lowen. And man, that is the thing dreams are made of. Seeing that mouth come up.
Yes, absolutely, and good for Bill Lowen. Having a slower start this morning. That's his first fish, but man, what a way to get started. A 5-pounder, a little over 5 pounds for Bill Lowen.
An incredible start for Dollar Bill. And getting the wheels back on after his big victory, it seemed like things got a little tougher. But Bill seems to be right back where he belongs, and he does our Bass Pro Shop's top baits.
Yeah! You know, I think ever since I was a little kid, I wanted to be a professional angler. But when I started this, I never once said, hey, I want to be the best angler in the world. My whole goal in this has always been to be the best ambassador for the sport that I can be, and pass on my knowledge to the future generation. You know, I always look at it as when I was a kid growing up, somebody took time out of their schedule to teach me whether it was hunting or fishing, and had they not done that, we wouldn't be talking today. So my key baits have been a cutter worm and a swim jig. June bug in color on both, and I'll maybe mix in a little black and blue, but predominantly for me, June bug has been the color all week long.
Yeah! No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome back to on-location coverage along the shores of storied fishery that is Lake Seminole for the second stop of 2023, the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole. And that's where it's all going to be made official our way in this afternoon, and we sure hope you join us on Bassmaster.com at 3:30 this afternoon. Joey Cifuentes will load our Yeti hot seat and hopes to end this event in the Yeti hot seat. Always an exciting thing, and an exciting, great crowds we've had here in Bainbridge, Georgia, and I imagine they're going to be pretty good for Championship Sunday, Davey Hyde.
Yeah, I think there definitely will be a good crowd, like you mentioned yesterday. I must say, the Yeti hot seat has warmed up a little more this morning than I thought it would for Joey, so we'll just see what happens. I know it'll definitely be hot this afternoon with a good crowd here.
Speaking of hot, this is a hot prospect from Japan. Everybody talking about Koya Fujita coming here to fish the Bassmaster Elite Series, and you saw that giant fish just a few minutes ago.
Oh, big. Big. Yeah. Oh my God. Yes. Yeah. Back. Wow, 5 pounder.
How incredible to see his second fish, giant fish, in that, under that one boat dock.
Yeah. This is big fish powder. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God. Thank you.
I like the hook set. Did you see him lay into that one?
Incredible hook set, incredible reaction. There's not enough childish giggling in sports. And you listen to Fujita, you listen to Pat Schlapper, and that's exactly Oh, and then, speaking of hooks, that's Greg Hackney.
No, just. I was
The hook set was
swimming it
good,
out,
but-
and he
Yes,
come up and
yes.
come up and got it.
You know, you hear people say that maybe don't keep up with a sport a lot. Why do they set the hook so hard on a fish that size? Well,
I
you
need
don't
to
know
release
if it's
some
going to be that
frustration.
7-pounder we just saw or a pound and a half.
Kind of easy because I want to
Always assume it's gonna be a big
one. That's so funny. If I was flipping, I mean, I'd be punishing them. But what I noticed yesterday was, man, they're so easy to stick. I really just pulling the hook, you know. When they pull me down, a little weight, it's pretty easy to stick them. Yeah, that's about all
Greg
you got.
mentioned if I was flipping, I'd really be jacking it.
It's been a lot of changing weather this week, and let's catch up with the weather with some Fox weather with Craig Herrera.
Hey there, anglers. I'm Fox Weather's Craig Herrera, and this is the Bassmaster Gamakatsu Elite Forecast, taking a look at weather out on the legendary Lake Seminole in Bainbridge, Georgia. What a crowd out there. Hey, today the pros can expect some sun and clouds, temperatures right about 79 degrees, still some high humidity, the wind coming out of the west could throw off some of the casting out there. Water temperatures, by the way, in the low 60s. Good luck to everyone out there. Hope they catch some awesome hogs. Remember, you can download the Fox Weather app or stream Fox Weather from your favorite connected TV device.
Great stuff from Craig Herrera. Let's hope none of the casts are throwing off.
Catching some of those hogs. I like that weather forecast. It's a great forecast for catching some hogs. Oh, we're at the right place to catch a few hogs. Lake Seminole, a beautiful day you can see there. Great forecast, great fishery. Great fishermen in this 4-box.
Joey was incredibly calm at takeoff. Like, I really did expect to see a little nerves, but he was, I mean, from the outside, he was incredibly calm. But, Davey Height, you've been there. What does it start to feel like this time of the day?
Well, I agree with you. He seemed incredibly calm. You have to think that him being around Larry Nixon for a number of years fishing the tournament trail has affected him, and he seems to be handling it great. But here's the one thing that we talked about a little earlier and during the break. You never really know what's going on inside his head. He's got to be thinking, gosh, it has not been this hard the previous 3 days. But he also has to be thinking, you know, I'm still seeing these fish and they're still here. That's the one thing. Not only forward-facing sonar, but all of our electronics are so much better. It gives you some confidence to at least see that the fish are still there. That doesn't mean you're going to catch them. But in, let's say 20 years ago at Lake Seminole, fishing this area, you might start wondering, have all the fish left? They may not even be here, but he can see these fish. Whether he can get them to bite or not on Championship Sunday is the big question.
Bottom corner, Pat Schlapper just doing Pat Schlapper things and continues to catch fish. And you mentioned it earlier. Man, that day one is haunting him right now.
It definitely is. He only had 12 pounds on day one. Today, he's culled 12 pounds very easily. And it's something, you know, Joey Cifuentes, you think he's got this thing in the bag, so to speak, a solid lead this morning. He's still leading. But honestly, Pat has caught a lot of quality fish, and we are at Lake Seminole. To catch you, I mean, he needs a 5-pounder. A 5 to 6, even 7-pounder here on Lake Seminole is not uncommon at all. He doesn't need an 11-pounder to take the lead. A 5 or 6-pounder would do it.
I'd love it to be an 11-pounder, though.
Oh, yes, me too.
We did 10 weight here last time.
Yes.
Bernie Schultz, I think 10, I think it was. A giant. While we were getting caught up on our weather report from Fox, Bill Lowen made a catch. Let's check that out from moments ago.
Oh, a miss, and he's going to cast right back in there. Gave him another chance.
Not what we're looking for.
Swim jig. This will be his second fish.
It's a bass. It's a bass. Right. We built that just for you. There's number 2. It's a green.
From Bill Lowen, let's jump back out to our 4-box. Hackney, Fujita, Joey Cifuentes, and Corey Johnston.
Corey Johnston yesterday afternoon, and when you see him here this morning doing the exact same, he looks like he could be on the St. Lawrence River smallmouth fishing. I mean, he was in that same mode. He's looking, his head's on a swivel, he's using electronics, but if the wind stays calm like it has so far this morning, that sun gets up a little higher in the sky, Corey Johnston will not have just 2 fish in his live well very long.
I had dinner with him last night. He had the good luck dessert, so he said it was going to happen today.
And what was that?
Some kind of cheesecake.
Oh, okay. The famous Bainbridge cheesecake?
Yes, yes. I don't think it had to do anything with fame. It's just Corey likes dessert. It is amazing how dominant both those brothers have been here.
Yes, yes. And, you know, from Canada to Florida.
Oh, everywhere.
South Georgia, everywhere in between. Really have.
And that's exactly what Pat Schlapper was talking about at takeoff this morning. And he didn't say it from a position of arrogance at all. He just said, my entire tournament career has not been like what I faced in year 1. He said, you know, I am not used to – I'm used to leading. I'm used to doing very, very well. And all of these anglers, you know, whether it's Koya Fujita, Joey Cifuentes, Corey, any of them, they all dominated at home. And that is the number one thing. You don't want to skip a step in this sport. And if you think you're going to make it on the Elite Series, you better be dominating at home first.
I agree, and totally agree. Most of these guys have dominated their whole lives at home, basically. But it's hard not to be starstruck to be around these elite anglers your first year.
That is true. It's very. I get starstruck just sitting next to you, Davey.
Come on.
Well,
I get starstruck by cheesecake.
Cheesecake. No,
and sitting by you.
I get tongue-tied for cheesecake, not so much starstruck. Who we got to watch chasing him down? I mean, Pat Schlapper has a giant mountain to climb, but Greg Hackney wasn't that far back and still hasn't caught him.
Yeah, you got to watch on Championship Sunday. You always got to watch Greg Hackney, but Pat Schlapper is one bite away, and not even a giant, a 5 or 6 pounder.
Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole. Bassmaster live.
Yeah! No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome back to beautiful Bainbridge, Georgia on a sunny Sunday morning. Pretty much picture-perfect weather here for Championship Sunday, the second Championship Sunday of the 2023 Bassmaster Elite Series. The Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole. And things have been changing day after day, and that has continued here on Championship Sunday. And no better way to show how much things have been changing than our Power Pole replay of the day, Davey Height.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's start off with the hook set that I truly love, no doubt about it. About a 7-pounder. That changes things for anyone on Championship Sunday. We're going to have to see a few of those from someone to catch up with our leader who started this morning with about a 4-pound lead. But great to see this 7-pounder from out from under the Jack Wingate's boat slip, about close to 20 miles down the Flint River from here. But look at the weather we've got going on here. That has to be the Power Pole replay of the day so far, but I think we might see a few more of those before this day is over.
I feel like we're going to see that hook set for years to come. Like that. I mean, we're going to see.
Oh my gosh!
Speaking of hook sets,
Stay down. Don't jump. Don't jump. He ain't as big as I thought he was at first, but he's still a good one. I thought he was a giant. The way he loaded up on it.
Boy, we saw Derek Hudnell have a disappointing loss a few minutes ago, but he just made up for that. One that looks even bigger than the one he lost. Fifth keeper.
Well, that's 5. Three-pounder.
It's not unusual to see the fish catches that we've seen here in the Spring Creek fish pond drain area, hitting the Flint River on the lower end there.
We should be sitting close to 20
But the
right
first
now,
day or two of this tournament, this was missing for the most part. There are a lot of guys that started in there, but it was just not as good as we expected. But it's certainly been excellent for Pat and Derek here this morning.
We've been waiting for it all week. I mean, if you have some free time, this is probably a good body of water to hit this week, because it really does feel like, I mean, you would think the last thing you want to do is hit a body of water after the elites have been there. But I feel like there's so much that has been left unscratched this week around.
It's funny you say that. I actually thought about that yesterday when I was seeing all those fish moving. It's like, man, this would be a great place to be next week. It's been a great place this week.
It really has. 4-box, Joey Cifuentes, Koya Fujita, Derek Hudnell, and Greg Hackney. Tried to get Hackney to trash talk Joey a little this morning, get in his head, and he refused to, but then he did say, I will step on another person's throat when I get the opportunity. And the entire dock gasped with fear and then kind of cheered.
Yeah, that's exactly what you expect from Greg Hackney. You've kept up with his career. He takes pride in saying things like that. And he means it.
Hey, he's my pick going into the Classic. I really just feel like, that anytime he's on a river, look out. And he had a good tournament when we were in Knoxville before.
Yeah, a lot of people don't remember that, but he certainly did. He and Jason Christie both.
Let's go over and see my buddy from Canada, Corey Johnston. A belly full of cheesecake. And I don't know what else.
Yeah, so you see Corey Johnston appears to be fishing that same general area, like you said, that our leaders are in, but he's fishing a lot shallower. A lot of these fish he's seeing are on the bed.
4 or 5 pounds, but I'll take them. Nice one. Fatty.
Not fish Lake Seminole, in particular this Spring Creek area of Lake Seminole. Like I mentioned, everything looks the same. Looking across the surface of the water, you see the standing timber, but you could be in 2 feet of water or 22 feet of water with that same picture of the surface of the water. It really, a lot of contour changes there.
A shocking number of pros talked about all of the trees and stumps and rebar that they hit this week.
Got a couple of those stories myself. Since the last hurricane, a lot of those dead trees that were above the surface of water have blown over during that hurricane. So it's not as intimidating look across Spring Creek now as it was 10 years ago, but the main part of the tree they're all still right there.
So it looks friendly, but
it's a lot friendlier, I guess. I don't know if I'd call it totally friendly, but you're right. But it is not, and it has not changed. I've fished Seminole a long time, but I've got a friend here in Bainbridge, Ted Martin, that told me he can remember when the foliage was still on all those trees in that Spring Creek area, when all those trees were still alive after they had flooded. That would be a beautiful sight.
Yeah. Is this the first time this entire season we're actually seeing Tyler Rivet actually deal with a struggle?
It seems to be a struggle, but there's no struggle in his mentality right now. He is enjoying life. What a great 2 weeks for Tyler Rivet.
Incredible 2 weeks, and came into this season betting on himself, and that bet paid off big time. He's an Elite Series champion and left the dock in second place this morning, fishing his second championship Sunday of 2023. And this tournament has been a mind buster, really. Just where is it going to go? So many preconceived notions, and I still don't have an answer, Davey Hyde.
No, I don't think anyone does. Joey Cifuentes has certainly cracked the door, and I'm going to say just cracked. He's still got the lead that he's had all week, but we see things happening today. And as many fish as I saw move up in those shallow bars, those sandbars yesterday afternoon, I think there's at least 3 or 4 guys that still have a legitimate chance to gain the lead here this afternoon.
Who, not named Joey Cifuentes, can win this tournament?
You have to say Pat Schlapper, because he's right there. I mean, he is one cast away. We've seen him catch so many fish. There are a lot of 5, 6, and 7 pound bass on Lake Seminole. How can you not think that he has a chance to catch one of those, and that would give him the lead?
Pat Schlapper, I'd love to see that happen. But you guys are going to want to keep attention to the action all day long and look at our leaderboard as it continues to tighten up. It all becomes official at 3:30 this afternoon during our weigh-in, and we hope to see you there on Bassmaster.com. But as you see atop the leaderboard, Joey Cifuentes, are you changing your pick, Davey Hyde?
I'm not changing my pick. Go for the obvious, the second place guy.
All in with Pat Schlapper. I love me some Pat Schlapper, but I'm going to say Greg Hackney if the Cowboy does not ride away with this. We'll stay tuned.
Yeah!
No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Bassmaster Live rolls on well into the second quarter of our day's fishing here on Championship Sunday at the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole. Down here, Bainbridge, Georgia, our fantastic host community, and what a legendary bit of water we have here. A lot closer at the top of our leaderboard than we expected it to be at this time of day. I have to say, frankly, we had an exciting, fast and furious first hour and a half of fishing there. Joey Cifuentes had the lead to start this day, and he retains the lead right now. But look, Schlapper, Hudnell, Fujita, all within one good big bass of that lead.
Tommy, I want to take a moment and bring it into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, to kind of break down, if you've been with us the first 2 weeks of the season, we talked at Lake Okeechobee last week that it's not a contour lake. Obviously, it's a big bowl, pretty shallow for the most part compared to most lakes across the country. Those fish aren't related to contours. They're related to the structure. They're related to the grass that creates clear water pockets. That's where they want to be, especially this time of the year. But then we come to Lake Seminole, where there's a lot more depth, a lot more cover, a lot more structure. There's not only a few areas with grass, the whole lake has grass. So we kind of can look at what a difference maker can be. And we've talked about the different contours, the creek channels that feed into these places. And these fish over the last few months and weeks have been coming from deeper water when it's colder in the wintertime, cooler water temps. As those temps start to grow in the spring, those fish make their way to shallow spawning areas where they're going to sit there for a month or so, probably a couple weeks, before they transition maybe back out to deeper water. And one of our prominent figures, Pat Schlapper, has a great highway that these bass have been on. And looking at the contours, this deep blue, this dark blue, is the deep creek channel that comes out of Spring Creek, and there's another creek channel that comes off into a predominant spawning area. If I looked at the map farther north of here, it is a huge spawning bay. Some of these higher higher spots that are light blue and yellow have big patches of grass on them, and the fact that these fish have been coming through this highway by that grass patch, stopping before they make their way to these bays that are much shallower, shows you that. And you can look at it from Google Earth and see kind of the visual of, this is a picture probably when the grass was a little higher, but you can see the definition of all of these clear areas are the deeper creek channels where the grass isn't as present. Maybe some timber predominantly, but not a bunch of hydrilla, not those offshore grass spots. And if you dive into some of these areas where a couple creek channels kind of meet together, secondary and main channels, and then there's a couple patches of grass, that is where a big conglomeration, a big school of fish have been this morning, and that is why Pat Schlapper got off to such a great start this morning and why he's been building basically every single day since a tough day one. He has started to really rise up the leaderboard and now is in contention for this win, whether he knows it or not. One more big bite and he could be in the driver's seat for this event, Tommy.
That's a great in-depth look at this body of water that is a huge destination for bass anglers from around the world, really, this time of year. This is prime time. This is a great week, and we are having a great championship Sunday today. Among our top four who are kind of bunched together here, we have two rookies, including Kyoto Fujita, and also this man right here, our leader to start the day, Joey Cifuentes.
And really a lot of Joey Cifuentes damage already done the first 3 days of this tournament. A lot slower today. We did see him not execute on a good one earlier.
It's a little better one there. Please stay on, girl. It's about a 3-pounder, but I mean, come on. I just didn't have that fish hooked very good. Probably should have. I mean, it was a 3-pounder.
Wow, you could not explain that. Joey Cifuentes fishing a drop shot, which is a very, very high percentage as far as you being able to land them if you keep them out of that timber. Seen him break one off and that one just pulling out. Very hard to explain what you're watching right now. But if there's one thing you could say that's in Cifuentes' favor. Seeing guys like Greg Hackney and Tyler Rivet not catching them as well. Back to the mouth of Spring Creek, fishing very shallow. Corey Johnston, who caught over 40 keepers semifinal Saturday.
Baby.
You've been hearing it all week on stage, guys saying, I fished clean, and they're very happy with that because we know the type of fishing these guys are doing, they can lose some fish, and we've seen some big ones lost, but the guys who come in with really good bags are happy they fished clean.
I didn't even think he was going to be that big, to be honest with you. I thought he was going to be more like 12 on the button. It's like a 13. That's like the one that saved us yesterday. Hey, we got a keeper! Hey! Yeah. I mean, maybe. Maybe this is the deal. We just need to. I mean, that was quick bite, you know.
Yeah.
I swear, I will rot here the rest of the day if we can just keep getting bites, because I know the odds of getting a big one are going to be good. You know, if you keep getting those bites, yeah, them big ones are here. You know. And everybody's just whined it through here for 3 days. So if you just settle down like this.
The boat that came through yesterday was just...
Oh, winding, just crazy winding. Big baits, slow down, light line, little tiny drop shot, or a drop shot or a wacky rig, right? They're like your two bets, and come on, be there, girl.
Way better start of the season than last year for
what
the
this
celebrated
is. It's
veteran.
big, whatever it is.
Derek Hudnell hooked up.
I don't know if it's a catfish or, I mean, it's like big, big. I think, or unless it was in grass. What are you? No, it's a bass. It ain't big, it ain't that big. I don't know why he felt so big. I mean, that dude felt like, I couldn't, he must have been, he had me in grass or something. I don't know if he's gonna help or not.
That's been the 1-2 punch for Hudnell. Jerkbait early and then transitioning to a bladed jig. And we're going to talk about the phenomenon that you see in Southern Lakes a lot of times with grass, a lot of the tournaments that we have covered that Hudnell and Schlapper have benefited from, because you could tell that jerkbait bite was playing because of a shad spawn. As soon as those clouds broke, that jerkbait bite was done. And we'll talk about exactly what the ingredients to make that shad spawn fire.
Number 3, which is actually going to be number 2.
Now, Z, if this is a false spring, like Drew Cook said, it's unseasonably warm, 80s and no low cold temperatures at night, and the shad get on the move, you see the bass spawn, and normally the shad spawn after that, but they're kind of in the mode, too, to start doing that. If it gets cold in the next week or two, and it stays cold for another month,
well, look at that.
We're going to have a second shad spawn in the normal, traditional late April, May time period like we normally do. Are they going to do that twice for fans at home that may not know?
You see it absolutely go for a couple months on end. If we really look at a lot of the tournaments that we've covered, places like Conroe, Toledo Bend, you talked about that tournament, several tournaments actually on Toledo Bend. The combinations that you see where a shad spawn plays are warm nights, typically calm days. And guys like Schlapper, who did not catch them on day one, the wind was really up. Even though he's fishing 15 feet of water, this shad will absolutely spawn in that hydrilla that almost tops out and these treetops. And the window is crazy. We got to see it firsthand this morning with Pat Schlapper, but that window is so small. The clouds will definitely help, and they'll keep that bite going on. But it's really been a perfect condition for the shad to spawn. Even though it's early, you could tell this morning that absolutely was going on. Another angler that saw it shallower was Iaconelli earlier this week. So that is a true phenomenon that you definitely see when we talk about how critical it is that the largemouth are spawning. It has been perfect conditions for a shad spawn overnight in this event for sure.
More sunshine, more direct sunshine than we've seen at any point during this tournament so far.
So the bass are here. So, this strategy is come in here, settle down, fish slow, like that, and try to catch at least the limit. I don't even know if that one's going to keep. Come in here, slow down, fish slow. Everybody's power fished through here, including me. So come back through, fish slow. When you have an area like this, they're somewhere. You don't catch that many bass and then they go away. So they're here. So put my head down, finesse fish in here, and see what happens.
Well, one of the most celebrated Bassmaster anglers ever, Mike Iaconelli, Classic Champ, Angler of the Year, Bass Nation Champ, the only one to check all those 3 boxes.
My first Classic is a highlight for me. It's a tournament that actually changed my life. Angler of the Year was a big one. But I'm going to end it with one, I think probably my most special, which is a win at home, which came an elite series on the Delaware River in Philadelphia. It was a place that I started fishing as a kid, literally off the banks of the river fishing for catfish when I was 6 or 7 years old. And in the same exact place, all these years later, I got to win an elite event in front of my family and friends and club fishermen and peers from home. And the energy of that crowd, the energy of hoisting up that trophy over your head, that blue trophy in Philadelphia, I'll never forget that. I don't think anything could ever get any better than that.
Today, the NASCAR Cup Series roars into Fontana for the final race on the 2-mile oval. Will Kyle Larson repeat, or will a new West Coast King be crowned? The engines fire at 3:30 Eastern, only on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Last race at the old Auto Club. Yeah, track there in San Bernardino County. Be a lot of nostalgia today.
Yes, hoping some of that weather clears out of there, Tommy. A little bit of a disaster.
Yeah, what a great race. Want to have a good one for the last hurrah out there. Back out on the Lake Seminole Championship Sunday. Race that's tight at the top among 4 anglers for sure, all within one good-sized female for this time of year on Seminole. Makes it very, very interesting. But our leader still for the vast majority of the last 3 days, Joey Cifuentes, the third, the rookie from Arkansas.
Yeah. Calls himself the cowboy, wears the hat, and you come out on Championship Sunday with pressed jeans. It is game on up in Spring Creek.
Part of the cowboy.
That's true, actually. Yeah. You hang in Texas, our Texas friends know that's a real deal.
Not a big one, but it'll call one if I can manage to get it in the boat. Debating on boat flipping it after what just happened. Yeah, not very big. Not very big.
No big ones in the live well for Joey as yet. He's done a great job with his landing percentages. The first 3 days you could expect. The last day is when you're going to have the trouble.
And we have seen that with Cifuentes today. Very slow for Hackney today.
I found the buck. So I feel like that's the buck. I mean,
Hackney fishing in the mouth of the Chattahoochee River, very popular area.
When he
got to see him putting a display on yesterday.
I don't think that's her, but I've been seeing her go over there. You know, we'll see. She'll either leave, or if she leaves, oh well, we'll find another one. Oh, I don't know what happened then. It was a big in weight. I don't know if that was her or not.
Was fishing that backwater bay Hackney's in, so active on days 1 and 2 before they got into their spawning ritual, was able to go in there with a buzz bait and a swim jig, and very patient the last 2 days.
Dude. I mean, I don't know what else to do. I mean, the fish is coming up. I was gonna just grab it. Unreal. All right. Man, that's sad.
Very, very hard to explain that right there. And that is a good one for Joey Cifuentes. Been flawless the last 2 days. Definitely happened to him on day one with a lot of wind in Spring Creek, but like we said, very high percentage way of fishing, at least when you get him to the side of the boat. Hard to watch, hard to explain right now for Cifuentes.
Tommy, losing them on day one weighs on you. You want to get off to a good start, but when you lose them on day four, I mean, it weighs on you, especially when you know you've got a gap. You got a lead, but you don't want to give that away.
You guys you're good, just hold right there. Just gotta get them in the boat.
Again, a little hand-poured worm, popular worm on the Elite Series, color Morning Dawn, just a basic kind of a transparent pinkish colored worm. Texas rigged on a 1/4 ounce weight, 12-pound Berkeley fluorocarbon to get them out of the trees. Not typical, a little more power finesse than just straight finesse.
Well, it's been a lot of fun. Not so much fun watching the trouble that Joey Cifuentes has had, but watching these two guys who started way down there, Derek Hudnell and Pat Schlapper, coming from way back with a big morning.
Yeah, and Tommy, look at the baits that both of them are throwing. Pat Schlapper getting a little bit of love from his friend Derek Hudnell. Hey, might want to try a suspending jerkbait. One of the big reasons why. Tommy, really what Ronnie did at the screen of knowledge, nailed it. Little stopping areas outside of bays that they spawn, but the benefactor, you look at Hudnell's area, a hard bottom. You look at the area that Schlapper's in, very crisp, growing hydrilla almost to the surface with a lot of treetops, areas where shad could spawn. And when you combine the right moon phase, calm winds, warm nights, and clouds, the presence of clouds this morning will make it an absolute frenzy. And that's what we got to see this morning with Derek Hudnell and Pat Schlapper, your VMC on point. What a hot disaster that was. But that's the benefactor of a shad spawn bite. You can catch good ones. You could catch them in a hurry. VMC on point here on Championship Sunday. Derek Hudnell and Pat Schlapper. Great mornings for these two anglers.
Take another look at our leaderboard, unofficial Bass track. But we think it's pretty darn close, and Joey Cifuentes hanging in there. He needs to land one of those big ones, that is for sure. That's job one for him, to break this kind of bad streak he's got going. A hot streak for Pat Schlapper and Derek Hudnell. Both of them moving way up that leaderboard. Yoyo Fujita, great morning. 2 big ones in his live well as well. More to come from here in Seminole.
The Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
Championship Sunday here at legendary Lake Seminole. Bainbridge, Georgia is our fantastic host community, a beautiful place. The city of Oaks. Also, just not too many weeks here, it's going to be the city of azaleas. Beautiful azaleas down here. They pop here first, in some famous places north of here in Georgia. They come on a little bit later in the month of April, so good spot to visit. And of course, a vaunted place, bass anglers' bucket list place to be sure. Tyler Rivet heads our Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year. Stats right now with his win at Okeechobee. Right behind him, Carl Jochimson has had 2 good tournaments in a row right there. And our tournament leader, Joey Cifuentes, in 3rd place. Cobb, Card, Welcher, and all the rest. Going to take you out to Corey Johnston right now. Corey, fishing hard. Hasn't run across any giants yet, but it's early still, although we're getting close to midday.
So, Tommy, I was totally off on saying that the ever so alluring Cherry Blossom Festival is just around the corner the other day. Then it is not that.
Yeah,
okay.
Close, but not quite.
A little, yeah.
Corey Johnson fishing a Senko pretty much the whole tournament. Small, lightweight, and weightless at times. And really, he has predominantly stayed in one area about midway up into Spring Creek on a lot of these shallow high spots where our correspondent Davey Height saw a lot of fish cruising yesterday.
Hudnell, Fujita, Schlapper, Joey Cifuentes. To surprise you, Marzona, we have no Georgians, no Floridians in our top 10.
Well, I'll tell you what, yes, Tommy, I'll tell you what else is really surprising. This has been a very unpredictable, obviously what you just said right there, very unpredictable tournament with a lot of the locals struggling. But if you would have came into today, you would have said, and well, we did here on FS1. We said Joey Cifuentes, Tyler Rivet, Greg Hackney, they were in the driver's seat. Well, where we were right and where we were wrong was on that.
Yeah.
It has been so hard to predict this tournament every single day and to see consistency. And you're really seeing your leaders struggle with that today.
Heard a lot of anglers since the event started saying they're coming to the banks. We're going to be catching spawning fish. Hasn't happened that much.
No, it seemed, Such, that's a really good point, because it really seemed like
just one of those. It's been magical. I really didn't find it until day 2. I mean, you've got everything that you need right here. This is a bald spot in the hydrilla, which is incredibly hard to find in this place, and it is a feeding spot for sure. We got pretty much a grass line of hydrilla all the way around us, and it's a little clumpy right here. I mean, you've got so many scenarios working for you here. You've got, deep water that way. You've got a big spawning backwater here, a big spawning bait to our left and right, and it's a place those fish are stopping, coming, and going. I didn't really find it until day 2 and really realize what I had. And, you know, it is fast and furious in the morning. I think these fish overnight pull on this spot to feed before they go either up or out. You know, the fish have been eating needlefish, which I haven't seen. It's really odd. Today's totally different. I've not seen one needlefish hit the surface. I mean, the fish are chasing them, and that's how I caught a lot of them. But still got the same bites this morning. We should be sitting close to 20 pounds right now. I dropped 3 big ones this morning. Can't do that. You know, I fished very clean up until today, up until this morning. We got about 16 and a half in the box, so. You know, I have not gotten a bite after about 10 o'clock on this sweet spot. I don't know if they just, you know, after the morning they just leave or go, you know, roam in the hydrilla or move up. You know, it's hard to say. I've tried to finesse them and everything else, and just different. So this is the last time we're probably going to hit this little sweet spot. We're about to go in the back and see if some of these fish have pulled up. Yesterday, I caught some post spawners here too, so that's telling me that fish are, you know, in transition and both ways. You know, I don't think there was a giant wave that's moved up on the entire lake. I know some guys are catching them spawning, but not a whole lot of them. So I got a bank back here that's really clean. I got a lot of bites in practice on, but there was just little ones there in the tournament, so we're gonna go back there and give it a shot. Maybe there's a big one that's pulled up on a bed somewhere. But it's been atypical. Same morning, same bites. Might have had a little bit better today. I mean, got one in there close to 5, and one of the ones that pulled off was about that size too. Some other solid ones. Just, you really want to compete to win one of these, you can't have a day like that. But you know, I don't think there's anything that I necessarily did wrong. They just, you know, they'll get me in high, they run straight for those clumps of hydrilla and they bury themselves in it. And it just gives them leverage when they're in there and they just pull off. That's what all of them did.
Guys, Derek Hudnell being from Louisiana, this does kind of suit his style, and he's one of the best fantasy fishing contributors this week. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. We're over here at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, talking a little bit about fantasy before we let you guys go on FS1. If you don't know about fantasy fishing, BassmasterFantasy.com is the place to go. Everyone loves fantasy sports, and you can play 2 different game modes. And I'm going to kind of give you the best lineup, as we have, you know, basically a little over half a day left of fishing. Show you who the best lineups are right now. There's still some wiggle room in some of these lineups where someone else can jump up and take that. But in Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, they're separated into 5 buckets, and those buckets are based on your Angler of the Year positioning. So after the first event of the season, the top 20 in Angler of the Year are in bucket A. 21 through 40, bucket B, so on and so forth till you get down to the bottom bucket. This is not the perfect lineup, but the best lineup on the leaderboard. Joey Cifuentes being our day 2 and 3 leader. He's going to get plenty of bonus points for leading each day of competition. Right now, he is our current leader as well. He also has the biggest bag of the tournament. He'll get some bonus points for that. Pat Schlapper making a huge move from 75th place up into 2nd place just a few days later. He's fishing today, like we said. Chris Johnston and Drew Benton in buckets C and D both missed the cut but had respectable finishes, 17th and 22nd. Corey Johnston, 9th place, made the final day. He made the final day in 5th place, currently in 9th, looking to try to get his day turned around a little bit. But we talked about it. No Floridians, no Georgians right here at Lake Seminole making the top 10. And that is why we were over 100 points away from the perfect lineup, because all of those chalk picks did not make the final day, maybe didn't make the cut. Now looking at Mercury Drain the Lake, this is your 8-man lineup. You can pick any angler out of the 104 Elite Series pros. They're not distributed in buckets, but when you pick them, you can only use them 1 time a year. Once you pick them for Lake Seminole or Lake Okeechobee last week, they're done from your team. So you really want to make sure when you pick a guy that he has his best event of the season or a great event. Carl Jacobson in the best lineup so far this week, 11th place. We have a 22nd. Derek Hudnell, just mentioned him coming into the studio, 3rd place currently right now. Corey Johnston, another familiar face. He's in 7th unofficially. Shane LeHue, 9th place, made the final day as well. Daryl Gleason had a great day, was right around that cut line once again this week, but made it into the cut, finished in 33rd for the week. Justin Hamner barely missing the top 50 cut to fish day 3, and Joey Cifuentes the leader. The one big key in Drain the Lake, because you can only pick guys one time per year, if you pick the winner, you not only get bonus points, you get to double your score. So instead of 300 points for the top person for the week, you get 600 points for picking the winner. And at the Classic, at our next event, with 55 of the best in the world for the Super Bowl of bass fishing, you'll get triple points. So be wise in your picks for Drain the Lake, and in Rapala Fantasy Fishing, watch those percentages. Sometimes the chalk guys don't capitalize and get you the top score.
Yeah, the chalk guys.
Tell me
the very
about
top
it.
tier of them not performing so much this time around.
You notice how I
be
didn't talk
wise in
about
your
my
picks.
team?
That's good
Yeah.
advice, Ronnie.
Yeah,
That's-
don't
I'll
be,
try to remember that.
Don't
Write that
just
down.
throw them away, okay? Like I did this week.
Joey Cifuentes has had the lead for most of the last 3 days. He hangs on to it right now. Big onslaught from Schlapper and Hudnell. Kyoya Fujita, 2 big fish in his live well. That's the story so far. Greg Hackney and Tyler Rivet yet to fire up big time, but we saw them do just that yesterday afternoon. What's coming up next? We got a little more fishing to show you.
Yes! No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Last few minutes of our live coverage here on Championship Sunday, the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole. We have had a fantastic day, a fantastic week of fishing at this very special place called Lake Seminole in the state of Georgia. A little look underwater at everything that these guys are dealing with and the kind of spots we're looking for. We got a good look at Derek Hudnell's spot from out high a little bit ago. We're wondering, where's Tyler Rivet today? Well, we might wonder. What a great start he had last week at Lake Okeechobee. Early on the final day, he caught this giant very first thing, and it would turn out to be the difference maker, Mark Zona.
Yeah, we talked about it last week. The best way to put it, Tommy Sanders, it has been a strange start to the season here on the Bassmaster Elite Series in Angler, getting it done all alone in the Kissimmee River. You said it right there, Tommy. Start off the day with a big one. Well, he did that. Actually did that same exact thing yesterday morning. A little bit slower today, but big hats off to the Louisiana angler Tyler Rivet with his first Bassmaster Elite Series victory on Lake Okeechobee.
Former college star, been out here now in his 5th year with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Fun to watch his progression through the years, and he has arrived. You can sure say that about 2023. Get out to Tyler Rivet live.
Surprisingly, 0 bass in Rivet's live well. So many 3-pounders here the first 2 hours competition on Friday and yesterday, mixed in with a 6.5.
Please get in the boat. I just want to touch a fish. Finally. Didn't scratch. Jeez. Took long enough. I ain't even gonna weigh it. Put this thing in here. What? Golly, I just lost like 15 pounds in one cast. Like a 3-pounder, but oh, you know what? Put it on this side.
And Such, kind of what we were.
Oh, you can go to sleep now. That was the hardest fish I've ever caught in my life.
That Schlapper hooked up. I'll get back to that, Such, where you're talking about waves coming in to these shallow spawning bays.
I don't know what I got here. It's a big one. It's a big one. Skinny though.
That one's been caught. I don't know if he's gonna help. He's long, but he's just got no weight to him, and he's got a big hole in his mouth. I was just fishing that. I wasn't even scoping him. When that might not help, that's a good day.
Good day for Pat Schlapper over Joey Cifuentes.
It's got to be like 360 something. He might.
Says he currently has 2 3.5 pounders, but a 360.
3/4. He's just skinny. He's like a 20-incher. You just.
Joey Cifuentes.
Small fish. Wow.
I don't know if he's gonna do anything. Same size.
Sure did think, though, with the big stringers from Bill Lowen, Greg Hackney, Tyler Rivet, that one of those backwaters was going to fire. And if you're going to chase down this guy and be one of those shallow water fishermen, definitely going to need to see that transpire like we did late yesterday here at Bassmaster Live.
Oh, Cifuentes has left the door open. Anybody can do it. Any one of our top 10.
Struggling day for Joey Cifuentes.
Yes.
We
Lucky
have
13th
seen.
event may run out. Who knows?
I don't believe in that stuff, Such.
Well, he had a 4-pound lead, Tommy. You don't want to have a bad day on day 4, but if you do, make sure you have a 4-pound lead that you got some cushion to give away.
That is a big help. We have seen an onslaught at his lofty position throughout the course of this morning, and him having some trouble getting the big ones in the boat. He's had about 3 on and just can't land them.
This guy can.
Fujita, he can land them. He has seen some big ones. One more big one. He's right on top of that leaderboard. We will keep our eyes on him for the rest of this tournament. That is for sure. So great to have you with us.
4 or 5 pounds. How big?
We got coverage continuing live mix coming up on Bassmaster.com and on through the end of the tournament. They're going to weigh them in today at 3:30 Eastern Time. They're in Bainbridge. That is local time. When that's done, we will have our second champion of the year for 2023.
Well, for a very unpredictable tournament, Tommy Sanders, we're going to go into the last few hours of competition that exact same way, because everything we thought would transpire here on Championship Sunday absolutely has not happened.
Has not. Big part of the day left to go, and a lot more to be decided before it's all said and done. The next time we see you on FS1, we will be at the World Championship, the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic.
Or they run to this place, that place, and but he's in there, being this, tactician and doing all this thoroughness and what have you, and hoping for the right 5. I mean, that's not a fun fishing day unless they start biting, right?
He's grinding away for the last few fish they're swimming around up there, and a lot of these guys are in their areas that are not replenishing, and they're having to figure out how to get bites, and they've been pounded by 104 elite anglers for going on day 4. So it will be interesting.
But Hackney's one of the best at just grinding for 5 big ones.
Right, no doubt. If not one, then the best. And we're going to see more of him as we continue with live mix. We're going to go to a break here real quick, and we come back, then the Drews will be gone, and we'll have a couple of other elite anglers for you. So stay with us, please. Live mix. All right, welcome back to Live Mix. I'm sitting here with Jonathan Kelly and Daryl Gleason. Both of them had fantastic events, even though they're not in the Final 10. But they had great events, and we're going to ask them a little bit about what they've been doing. But I want to point out some things on Bass Track. You know, Joey Cifuentes is still leading. He's got 3 pounds 4 ounces over Kiyoya Fujita, who only has 4 fish. And I mean, this Kiyoya, if Joey C doesn't get to work, he could get past really quick. I mean, he's 1 bite away from taking the lead, and he's still got a pound 12 to cull, and Joey's got 2 1/4 is his biggest fish, you know, and so you never know. Then meanwhile, Ike and Ellie's on the board. We thought that he might have a big day, and like he did 2 of the 3 days previous. Tyler Rivet had a huge day, but he's in 1 fish. So things have changed.
Right.
You know, even Hackney, who, you know, we've talked about last week, or the last hour is kind of a scary guy in a situation like this. And then we got Pat Schlapper. You were telling me you call him Slap Nasty.
Yeah.
He's had a heck of a day. Right. You know, and if he would have had, you know, he's still kind of, he too is just a few pounds from catching Schlapper, but that's up to Schlapper, you know.
Yeah, he don't have as much room to grow as some of them other ones, with him already having such a big bag. But I saw he's got a lot of twins. He don't have a 6 or 7. So this place has him good enough. 2 of those big bites, and he's still there. But and I hope I'm saying his name right, Kyoya, because Taku introduced me and tried to somewhat translate Regneck style how to say his name, because I was, you know, just congratulating him on being here and all that I'd heard about him, right? Like, heard how great he was.
Yeah.
He's only got 4 and still has a 1-pounder in there.
I know it.
So,
you know, he caught him a 7 and a couple of 3s, and you know, and Sago tells me he is the prince of bass fishing.
Yeah, I heard stories. You know, I fished all the opens last year when he qualified, and every rookie class now coming up that way is full of phenomenal fishermen because the fields are so good. But one of the anglers was telling me at Lake Oneida, he was just putting on a show out there with 3-pound line, and every time he'd hook up a smallmouth, he would just troll around forever fighting his fish and land it. And he was in a big old crowd of people doing that. So he's clearly just a super talented angler. But, you know, for us, I mean, like Jonathan, we don't know what all the guys have been doing all week long. But I was shocked to see Joey C kind of struggling this morning a little bit because he has just been dominant every day.
Every day.
Well, I can attest to Joey C's what he's doing right now because I fished around him. I don't know how quite good his mornings have started because obviously I was out there on the water competing against him, but I know right now around 11 o'clock is when he started getting going. We were fishing close enough where I heard the hoot and the hollering for the last 2 days straight, and it was right around that 11 to 1 o'clock time frame. I think it was on day 2. There was 4 loud yells in a span of like 10 minutes, and I was like, he literally just caught 20-some pounds in a 10-15 minute span. I think it happened that quick. So I know his weight isn't quite what we've seen from him in the last 3 days, but I could see the next 2 hours for him being his time based off of what I've kind of seen and heard the last 2 days fishing. You know, within the region of him, I was fishing a lot shallower. He's out there doing his thing around the timber, so I expect to see him a lot closer to 20 pounds by the end of the day.
Okay.
If he does that, this is his event.
Right. Yeah. He's got to do that, and it's in his hands. And Drew Benton said he will catch. You can't just dink around where he's dinking around and not catch a good fish during the course of the day.
Right.
So, a good fish really separates him. 2 good fish really probably makes it just sews up the deal because somebody else is going to have an amazing stringer. Kiyoya Fujita, I'm just going to, you know, I'm just going to tell you that everybody's calling him Fajita for those of y'all, but it's Fujita. you were talking about the 3-pound test, and I think he's using 5-pound test here.
It's amazing.
And he does not get in a hurry. I've watched him on day one, and he may go a full minute without casting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, where everybody else has already made 3 casts.
Right.
He's looking and he's breaking it down, and then every time he catches a fish, it was another 5 minutes of sitting down, retying everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, man, that goes against the old school.
It does, but
you get back up there and get to it, you know.
That kind of deliberateness and patience and making sure his equipment is right and all that. Just he's a young man.
Yeah, he's in his
and
younger than you.
And that
I'm not even sure. How old is he?
I don't know how old.
Very early
27.
20s, I believe.
Oh yeah, he's like 3 years younger than you. 3 or 4 maybe.
But to already be that seasoned in his techniques and his confidence in what he's doing, and I believe he had a poor first event, I believe, at Okeechobee, didn't he? And to bounce back immediately like that and just brush that off, that stuff doesn't come easy. So he's going to be a nightmare. And also, I mean, I'm sure y'all have talked about it some, but I'll brag on my Louisiana buddy Derek Hudnell having a superb event this week. He much like me didn't have a great season last season, and so these early season highlights can do a lot for you, and you can go on a tear.
And he's had a good day today.
He has a very good bag, I see already. And
I thought he had he's got a 412 and a couple of 3s.
Just a lot of good solid fish. It seems like he's been on a very solid pattern, so it's good to see him do good.
Yeah, it is.
I know the guy lurking in the top 10 y'all probably talked about is the guy number 5 right now.
Yeah.
And he's not someone you want lurking around near victory in a shallow water type fishery. Right. So everyone to me at this point is still absolutely in it. As Jonathan said, this afternoon is from here on, obviously is going to be the swing of the event.
Right. Did both of you, Jonathan and Daryl, did y'all do y'all's damage after the midway point of the day?
No, my day one, it was one of those days you hope and dream for all the time. It got to the point where I just started running every little spot that I knew I might have a chance of getting a bite, and I was getting bit everywhere I went on day one. I probably caught 30 bass. In the 3 days of practice, I don't even think I caught 8. Right. So day one was just magical. But it started off slow because I didn't have anywhere to necessarily go. I didn't have my focus locked on a spot, so I just went fishing for day one, and it happened everywhere I went. So by like 10:30 I had a decent bag on day one, but days 2 and 3 it was super slow. I didn't really get going until about 11 o'clock on those days when I could start seeing some more up shallow and whatnot.
For me it was a little more of a slow grind. Really wasn't a particular time. It was great. I ended up in like a little spawning pond kind of area. And honestly, my whole event was made just based on the fact not many boats showed up. And I shared it with Wes Logan. We looked at each other every day, and there was maybe 3 or 4 other guys that come in and left. But neither of us could believe that a lot of other folks didn't come. So I didn't have a great practice either. I found one area, and I pretty much just milked it for all it was worth.
Yeah, kind of what a lot of these guys are doing, and the milk's running dry in some of their holes. Of course, Derek looks like he's in one of those little old.
He does.
And not so little ponds, but
super clean water. I noticed where he's at. So he's somewhere off the main stuff, I would think. And of course he's near the bank. I mean, from where I'm at in Louisiana, I'm almost like a Yankee. I'm a northerner compared to Derek and Greg and Summerall and Tyler Rivet. They're all.
Greg's actually from Arkansas.
Well,
so he's way north.
But we've adopted him, man. He's one of our people now. He'll eat a nutria rat in a gravy in a hurry. So he's one of our people. But it's no shock to see these guys doing what they're doing. It's in their blood, man. This is how they like to fish.
Yeah, and that's like one thing that's not my strength. Like I couldn't figure it out this week getting right up on the bank here. Yeah. It just didn't work for me. I couldn't piece anything together. Yeah. Now I can get a little bit off that bank, and that's where I fished. Like I had this whole flat up in Spring Creek, surprisingly to myself. I couldn't believe it. Clint Davis on days 1 and 2 started a quarter mile down, and he was in there for an hour and left. But I had like 5 little sweet spots on this flat that I was amazed for 3 days straight. Never seen another boat touch them.
Wow, that is great.
And I know you saw people in practice on that stuff. That's what's amazing.
Mm-hmm. I actually
how it all works
went to that area the first day of practice. Me and Matty Wong came across each other the exact same time. We were like, yeah, there's no fish here. On day 3 of practice, I was running by it, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to stop one more time. Caught a 4-pounder and seen 2 swimming, and I said, well, it's a spot.
Yeah.
And I just rolled with it.
There you go. That's how that's done.
Yeah. It's those little clues.
So how this is being done right here with Derek, we're watching Derek. I mean, walk me through both of y'all. I mean, it looks to me, and I may be wrong, it looks he's throwing a Cinco or some sort, something, and he's looking for fry garters, he's looking for bedfish, he's looking for, cruisers. What's going on there? Because from what I saw when I was out there, his boat's in 4 or 5 foot of water.
Right.
So walk the folks at home who hadn't been out here.
Right. So what I saw is it appears to me everything is going on. I did see fry, I did see spawners, and I would see it even in the same areas as Derek here. You might see some fry and then go 200 yards and see a new spawner that just pulled up. Yeah. So it's all very fluid, like the way it's going down here. But for myself and maybe for what he's doing too, I found the best stuff is where you could get away from a flat. If you could find a bank that kind of had a hard line and it had a little depth, even if it was 3 foot of water. It seemed like that's where they were trying to do the deed, trying to do the business. It kind of gives them access to move up or out easily versus a lot of the water here, it's just hundreds of yards of shallow flats. And it looks super fishy with all the, the pads and the grass. It can be overwhelming that it's just these long, shallow flats. But for me this week, I didn't catch many on those big, shallow flats. It was stuff near kind of like what he's doing. He's got a lot of options here with the trees. I see some pads. He's got reeds. So that bass has a lot of room to where he can pull up and do whatever is on his mind, as far as the mating ritual. Yet also if a cold front were to blow through or something, if they have a lover's quarrel, he can still back off and be in some deeper water. And 3 or 4 foot here is a big deal. This is such a shallow lake. So, but the biggest thing to me, myself, was that water quality he's in, the color. I wanted to be around a little cleaner water, because I feel like they're just going to be a little more acclimated to go in there and spawn if the water's pretty decent and they get a lot of sunlight.
I didn't have camera with me. Yeah, I knew there. Like, get on me. Fish gave me like 4 chances that day before. I knew it was there.
He is a very, very good wacky wormer in the spring. Very good.
What does it take to be good at that?
Patience. Good. A lot of it.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Patience and what he did in practice. He knows there's fish in this area, and that allows you to be patient when you're very confident what's in front of you.
Mm-hmm. I swear I became a new man this week on day 2 and 3 when I had to pull that wacky rig out to start doing some damage on it because the moving bait bite for me worked on day 1 and it came to a close real quick.
Yeah, I had to do some of my old guiding tricks this week to catch them because I was in a spawning area, and I know a lot of people have been through
right now. My morning spot.
Fishing slow, so
I've been catching all of my weight. It's just I can't get a bite there past 10 o'clock. I never had it.
I have had a rough morning this morning.
Wow.
That's a 6-pounder.
Oh my!
Oh my
did
goodness!
I not call that? What time is
That was
it?
a game
Maybe
changer.
there's still hope for me.
Right about now, I was a couple hundred yards away, and I'd hear those whoos going on.
Was he saying woo or yeehaw?
There's a little bit of both.
With the bags he's catching, I'd have been tossing that cowboy hat in
Look
the
at
air, taking clothes off.
Look at that coal right there.
Now that's a coal right there, man.
Man.
So that's a 5-pound
Thank you, Jesus.
pad. So that
I'm
gives
telling you
him
guys,
close to
14 pounds.
I've had fish like that looking at my bait all morning. I know I have.
Now, Fujita is 8 1/4
Unbelievable.
behind.
What I see him doing now, I had no
So
clue what he
thankful
was
to get
doing.
that
That
fish
was
in
my
the boat.
backup plan to catch keepers. And the tournament leader's doing that.
Oh, they're out here too. That's a big pre-spawner.
See, I think the difference was.
I think there was
with
another
him,
one
he's
with her.
targeting
I don't
a little
know.
bit deeper. You were probably trying to catch those keepers off just a touch shallow or maybe near flats.
Yeah, I was more like edge of the grass line in Spring Creek. Man, that's sometimes 15 to 18
Oh
foot.
my goodness, the trees around me.
But yeah, again, being from Toledo Bend, you're starting to see with forward sonar how many fish live out in that timber. And even though it looks like everything is
Unreal.
saying they should be on the bank, they're not. So he's 1 or 2 away from that, from just blowing this thing away.
Right. He catches another one of those, it makes it extremely hard.
Yeah.
Jonathan, you were in that area. What's making this time of the day special, you think?
I couldn't tell you really because I didn't spend any time in that deeper timber.
Right.
And
I wonder. Already hooked
just
up.
like I said.
Come off.
Guaranteed it's another big
His knees have bent. No.
Come off.
Come on.
Hey.
I wonder if he's catching pre-spawners that are going
happening?
to spawn in a few weeks.
It's both pre-spawn and post-spawn.
I mean,
That's a
this is
beautiful
little
thing when you
baby
find
one
the
on
highway
hook.
where they're
There's
both.
no
You got them
reason
coming
for that.
and going, traveling through.
Golly, there's 4 or 5.
The
of
one
them
thing
down
I
there.
can guess with this, I'm saying it's
Absolutely
11
no
o'clock
reason
because
for
that's
that.
what time I noticed over the last 2 days when it happened. That's when the sun truly peaked out, especially yesterday. We had no sun until then. Day before, that's when that sun got high. I think those fish I think he might be able to see them better in those trees when it gets to that 11 to 1 o'clock time frame.
I could see Spring Creek is. How much is it visible? 6, 8 foot. It's so clear.
About 5, 6, yeah, I would say for sure.
I could see that time of the day, the shadows on those deep trees, finally getting to a point where they move around and make. Because sometimes with your forward sonar, if they're too tight to the tree, and you're on the wrong side, you literally can't see them. They can hide behind it. So it might position them in a more catchable manner for him.
Yeah, and the flat in from where he's fishing, I fished, and it's insane the amount of beds that are on it with all bucks. So I know the fish he's catching are ones that are supposed to come in or just headed left.
I see a lot of familiar trees there. Me and him actually started the first morning practice on the same flat, not far from each other. Man, he must have got some clues I didn't, apparently. But Joey's been around professional fishing quite a while, has a great resume, so first year on the elites or whatever. I know how huge this has to be for him, but this is not his first rodeo.
No. And he's got an incredible travel partner and mentor. So.
Yep, one of my early heroes, being from where I'm from.
Exactly.
If you live around Toledo Bend, you know all about the Hemphill gang, and Tommy Martin, Larry Nixon, and all those guys. Actually, was like one of my big goals in life was to get to fish tournaments against Larry Nixon one day. So.
We
got to do it.
You've got to do that.
I got to pass him on my boat this week.
There you go.
That was fun.
Holy cow.
Yeah, there's no telling him having that friendship with Larry, how that's helped mold him as an angler.
Oh, man, he was my mentor and helped mold me as a writer. And he's one of my best friends in the world, and just love having him.
He's still, even though he's an Arkansas guy now, he is still very.
He was an Arkansas guy before.
Very thought of around Toledo Bend.
Oh, I guarantee you, yeah.
Very, very thought of by all
well
of us.
thought of. All over the country, as a matter of fact, all over the world.
Yeah, he's just truly one of the legends. Him and those guys literally paved the way for me with them, building guide business Toledo Bend as they tournament fish.
Go down there and eat it, girl. Come on.
Yeah, the Hemphill gang was a real gang. They rode motorcycles together, beat people up. Not really.
Man,
but there were posters of the Hemphill gang. I still see them in some tackle shops.
Like Tommy Martin still guides there quite a bit, fishes tournaments and stuff. And he, if you pull in on the wrong spot, he might still put you in a headlock. You know what I mean? Them boys don't play. But like for me, that they literally showed me like a path to professional fishing.
I think Joey just seen one.
Yeah, you can tell he's pretty. He has that deer in headlights thing when he sees one. But you can tell he's being very precise with his trolling motor, getting lined up perfect to make his cast. He's basically just dropping on fish he's seeing. And so making the perfect cast of that fish and catching it by surprise is I would say that cast that he's making is more important than what he's doing with his lure for this particular technique. You are literally trying to drop it on their head. And if you can be that accurate, which clearly he has been, you're upping your odds tremendously.
And especially with timber fishing, from my experience, you have to get it right along the timber.
Yeah,
if you miss it by 6 inches to a foot,
Come
that
on,
fish is
y'all.
never going to bite.
Right.
Be good to old Joe.
It takes an incredible amount of patience.
Let's go for a boat ride.
He clearly dropped on one there, though. You hear him talking to it, begging it. We've all been there.
Now, has he utilized anything else besides a drop shot this week, or has that kind of been His bread and butter was go-to.
That's been his bread and butter. I'm not sure he's thrown. I don't think it's.
Oh man, they're just
a hand
all
poured
over it.
Or I mean, it's not a standard offering. You know, it may be in something that he's pouring himself.
All over it.
So I try not to ask any of you guys anything detail oriented because I just don't want. It's kind of like when y'all get together at dinner, y'all don't talk about fishing. Let's just keep it on the water, and we try to do that. Now here's Kaioya Fujita, and he's in second. He's all of a sudden 8 pounds back, but that's one bite here.
That is, and he still has a 1-pounder too.
Right. So
he has a lot
2
of
5s, and he's got the lead.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure he caught an 8-pounder yesterday.
Yeah, he did. He had big bass yesterday, and he is fishing, I believe, around the Wingate area. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, we stayed in the pocket just down from Wingate, and he fished right in there.
So there was a lot of anglers in there the last day, and we were all trolling down the bank on 100 looking, and there was beds everywhere. I could tell I got behind an angler when he would see a good one, the trolling motor would go in reverse. I don't know if you've ever tried that, but that is a good way to make sure the people behind you don't see what's there. But there were a lot of fish in that pocket, and I never went back in the tournament just because I got a late number. But he's mixing it up here, throwing a frog as well.
Well, that's where Swindle had a great tournament, and Clark Wendlandt was fishing in there, and he had a good tournament. And there was a lot of different people. John Cox was in there, and I've seen him all over the lake. So that's your standard Cox.
Yeah, I caught a really key sight fish on day 2 at the end of the day that got me in the cut. Allowed me to cull like a 1-pound, 4-ounce fish. And the pocket I was in, there was a gentleman fishing in there, and I said, "Hey, do you mind if I come in here?" And he was super nice. Said, "Yeah, come on." But John Cox just left. He kind of blurted that out, and I was like, "Lord, of all the people you want to go in and look behind." And hey, he must. I don't know how he missed the fish. He must have turned right and not left, and just missed this 3.5-pounder that I found, because if he'd went anywhere near it, he'd have caught it.
He may not have needed it.
Yeah, I think he also had 18 or 19 pounds on day 2.
He was probably saving it for day 2. But John beat me in another tour event a couple years ago where we were both neck and neck and beat me. So maybe he owed me that one.
Yeah.
That one little crumb.
That's the deal. The fish knows.
But, he's just such a killer in these shallow water events that he's not someone you want someone to blurt out and say, he was in here, he's gone now. And immediately I thought, well, there goes my tournament.
Yeah. Well, this is the most water I have seen Kaioya cover, and since I've been watching him.
His big one this morning was off a dock. I thought I saw a video. He caught a 7
Young Chublins.
It looked like it was a dock very nearly.
Uh-oh, Schlapper may be trying to overtake Fujita for a second.
Definitely a lot fatter.
Wow, he has
Stay
a lot
there,
of
boy.
solid fish.
Stay in there,
he's
boy.
culling that right there, boys.
Yeah, that did he get off to a slow start this tournament?
Yeah.
On day 1? Because I know yesterday he was pretty pumped up. I talked to him after weigh, and he's pretty pumped up on what was going on.
Yeah,
that's going to get him probably over 20 pounds.
Yeah.
Going back.
See if he says what the weight is.
Not a pow.
I'm just guessing. I think he only had 12 or 13 pounds on the first day. He had a big day 2, like 21 or something like that. One of the bigger bags of day 2.
It appears to me he's on a spot where they're coming to him. It's getting better every day.
Get one on that big one. Not like a big one.
He has
but
over 20 pounds for sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
because that was over a 4-pounder.
I'm probably might get a pretty big one on it.
Oh, he finessed.
I didn't think he was that big when he came
switched up
up.
from the jerkbait now and doing a little drop shot.
Turns out he was. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna hit it with a little fuel. I'm not sponsored by them, but I don't know. I could be, because I'm kind of turning into a believer, because I haven't used it until
funny he's doing that. I
the
bought
second
some.
day.
I'm not sponsored either by them, but that doesn't matter.
I don't know.
We do it. We have to do it all. And I bought
but
some of the bait fuel this week.
that
and
was
soaked
first
3 or 4
drop
of my
after fueling up.
packs
You
of baits
saw
I
it.
knew I was going to be using in there. And
And it was right under the pull.
It's cool to see
He
him
swam
mention
over
that
to
as
it like
well.
all of them do, and then I think he smelt that fuel, and he just was like,
He's a fun guy to watch on live.
He's a fun guy just
He's
to
animated.
be around.
He is.
So now we're back to what I was used to seeing. Fujita.
Has he been doing this in the middle a lot?
This is not at Wingate.
No, this is
outside of
That
Wingate.
is, that is the pocket north or west, I guess you would call it at Wingate.
See,
It's going
I
down the
can
lake.
see that little flat water around that clump of probably the hydrilla. But I mean, I would love to get a close-up of what he's throwing. I mean, it is about the size of the end of your thumb.
Well, it's one thing. We have a good mix of Japanese anglers here with us now, and I was getting fuel next to Kenta Kimura the other day, and we're talking, and he's retying a few things, and just seeing some of I'm like, never seen this stuff in my life.
Right.
And yeah, the details these guys bring over here, it's actually gonna make us all better anglers.
Right. Well, it has. They have to have a much more. They're so crowded there.
Right.
I mean, this is probably being around an angler or no anglers is like heaven on earth to some of these Japanese anglers. But I had heard, and I probably shouldn't pass on rumors, but I'm going to anyway, that he has this little bait that I've seen him throw around. It's like two little dice, and they clack against each other, when so I don't know if that's the real deal or not, or, I have been told more fish stories in my career than any man alive. So, but I mean, I keep wanting to see him and maybe get a little closer to where I can see, is this really the something? Because I can remember the first time I saw a drop shot and say, what? What is that? That's stupid.
That's what's amazing to me too. Like, all of us have these experiences, and now to be adding to those, that's what these guys are bringing for us as well.
Right. Well, the one condition that you will always have in bass fishing is tough fishing. It doesn't mean you're going to have it every day,
right?
But there's always a situation where you've got to figure out how to catch a fish.
Yeah.
And they do that every day.
Right.
And really and truly, a lot of the things, drop shots and a lot of our hard baits and different things are from that kind of deal. And some of that stuff we don't even want to know about. That's that small.
Yeah, it scares me.
I mean, come on. We got to be in Texas throwing big. We're going to come back, though, real soon and take a break, let the sponsors pay for this, and we'll talk about big baits or small baits. Till then, I'm going to keep these boys here. We'll see you on Live Mix here back in a few minutes.
Always used like the bang, like the garlic, and those scents in the past.
All right, welcome back to the Live Mix. Jonathan Kelly sitting there talking a bit about bang and bait fuel and that kind of thing, and but we're going to get a chance to watch Corey, and Corey is. I've had my eye on him all morning because Menendez had such a big sack yesterday, a good day. He went from 49th to 11th, and he was sharing water with Corey. Corey's had a couple good days as well, and I just felt like Corey was going to start putting something together. He's finally got a limit.
God, you picked it up.
In the 10-pound range, and he's
I don't think it's
suffering
that big,
from that
2.5
same
pounds,
kind of
but-
deal that Hackney was. Not big enough.
A lot of room to grow, though.
No, but a lot of room to grow. Looks like he's looking at one, right?
It appears that he's peeking at one, and it's trying to bite. So right now, the dirty dance has started. When you start getting the peck at it like that.
Swam with
like
it
I
so
saw him just
fast,
swing and
couldn't
miss.
catch up with her to set the hook. Him.
He he should be about
Not
to
that
get this
big.
one to bite.
Yeah. I don't mind watching this part of the bed fishing deal. It's the 30 minutes previous that.
Yeah, the trolling on 100. We don't like that part either. We would rather be casting at one.
Or just sitting there looking
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, my marshals probably got bored. There were several times I'd see a shallow one.
I promise you they did.
Like, I'd see it and I'd be trolling hot, so I'd grab my push pole and push off. And there'd be 10 minutes where you don't cast. You're just trying to evaluate, is this fish catchable or not?
Yeah, and that's the problem I ran into with the area I fished. There was just so many that were not catchable, and I'm not really sure why. Couldn't figure it out because I was the only one fishing for them.
Because you didn't have your bang or your bait fuel.
Yeah.
I know. I should have reached for it.
No, I actually noticed this was for me, a very tough sight fishing tournament. Most of the ones I caught I knew were spawning, and I was presenting a lure from a long ways off. Right. And it would take me a lot of casts to finally.
Well, that's what I think I did on day one.
But yeah. I struggled once I saw them. I think I caught 2 fish I actually literally sight fished for. They were very, very weary. And I'm sure there's a lot of people fish here, and in a lot of these places it's super, super clear. So they know you're there far, far before you know, especially with all the pad fields. Your trolling motor and things like that, making all that racket.
Do you think Corey's using bait fuel? Seriously, I mean, I'm a believer in that stuff. When you get around to this time of year. 100%.
I don't know if he is or not, but like we were talking offset a little bit about it. I just started using it, but during the spawn to me, when a fish is he's not eating your lure to eat your lure. He's not eating your lure because he's hungry.
Right.
He just wants to get it away from his house. And any advantage I can get to get that fish to hold on a split second more is that much more time where it may engulf the bait enough to give you a chance to hook it. So, so I'm kind of new to it myself, but I've been doctoring up some of my my favorite lures with it, and you know, I don't believe it hurts. No, so if it's not hurting, I'm rolling with it. But I actually I have seen a few scenarios where I felt like it did help. So Corey's a phenomenal sight fisherman, though, so it doesn't surprise me at all to see him staring a few down.
He said it wasn't that big. I wonder what that means. You know,
for him,
4 pounds.
Yeah,
not so big, or has it got to get over 4 pounds to be considered big or good one?
That's probably different for every angler.
It is different.
You know, right now we were just talking about what he's got. A 3-pounder is a good one for him.
Especially on day 4, you'll take whatever you can get. You're not going to leave it behind if you think you can catch it.
Yeah. A lot of these guys too. We were talking earlier. It feels like everyone burned the house down to get where they're at.
Right.
And there's so much changing that it's hard by the day 4 of all that's went on to still be just wrecking them. So you're literally, he's going to catch everything in front of him. The fact that this fish already bit a few times, he's thinking that it's fixing to bite. So so this isn't time he's wasting. It's fixing to, you know, he's thinking it's fixing to happen, and then I'm sure then he'll move on to the next one. But sight fishing to me is it's playing chess, man. It'll drive you crazy, and it's a lot of time of like boring chaos, and then you know it'll finally bite, and you feel like the man. Then you can move on. One of my fish I caught on day 1, a 4.5. I saw Canterbury was posted up on a fish, and I said, "Hey, do you mind if I go out here on this little island and look?" And he said, "Yeah, there's been like 4 boats through there," and it was a fish that was really wild. It wouldn't stay on the bed. So I just backed off where I could barely see it. I sit still. I didn't make a cast. And I figured out where she was going to, so I literally threw it in there and let it sit. And she still was wild and swam around. And I'm going to say after 2 or 3 minutes, she swam by one time and stopped. And she just paid attention to it. And then she went on. And a few minutes later, she comes up by and she looks at it. And it took me 15, 20 minutes, but I was able to get that fish to bite. And you're not leaving 4.5-pounders.
No, that's not a good plan.
When you've had a bad practice, you'll take some time to try to catch them. And so I can't say how many of those fish you see in that situation don't bite. Majority don't bite. And then when they do, you know, that's the difference in getting to go fish on the 3rd day and not.
All right, so now he's got his bait caster.
Can we call? So you said Sego said he is the prince.
The prince of bass fishing.
So we're going to, like, Prince Fujita.
Yeah. I mean, he's a good kid.
The fresh
prince.
prince.
And you know, I like being around him. He's always, you know.
He was super impressive in the Opens last year because that was a very diverse, tough schedule, really hard fields. tough fisheries, tough times of the year. And he just, man, he's going to be a handful for a long time, I believe.
Yeah,
like,
I'm afraid you're right.
Like
and
a lot.
that's fine. I love it.
Yeah, yeah. We all like it too. It drives the competition, makes you, improve your game.
Yeah.
And all the Japanese anglers are, I come up through the opens with all of them. So, like seeing Kenta and Masayuki and Taku, doing well doesn't surprise me. Kenta done the opens a long time as I did, and you take a lot of whoopings in there, but you learn from them. And seeing him catch them now is it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't always that easy for most of us.
Me?
I keep hoping he'll.
Sorry, I'm serious. Sorry. Yeah.
I don't even know if I can understand what he says.
No, so when I introduced myself to him, Taku kind of interpreted for us. Taku's English was much better than his. And Taku, by the way, how good is that, Taku? He catches them, and how good is his English already?
Yeah.
I mean, I can't imagine being somewhere in
Yeah, and that'll happen to
It'll
to
100%,
yours.
especially hanging out with Taku. Taku, I guess, is the grandfather of bass fishing. He's the old timer now, and the Fresh Prince is here to take it to the next level. But
the Japanese culture is just so different than what we're accustomed to.
Yeah.
And in so many ways, it's a pretty amazing culture.
Oh, absolutely.
So.
My wife's a big fan of the sushi part of their culture.
I love that.
Yeah,
part of the culture.
it's grown on me as well.
I would eat
I have
sushi
noticed-
every meal if I could.
Socially being around Taku a little bit more, that we're
no
rubbing
way.
off on him as well. I mean, I
Maybe
saw
grass.
recently at a function where he had a piece of pizza in one hand and a cold pop in the other hand. And I was like, we got
Yep.
you. We got you.
Yeah, I remember last year someone asked me, like, what does Taku normally eat? And I'm like, probably just whatever we eat, normal stuff. And then that evening we're sitting next to him and he's eating pulled pork sandwich and the fries that we all just ate.
Yeah, that's fun to. It's been fun to me to see him be able to share his personality with us. He's such a fun dude.
No, they are, and I mean it's just an interesting. You think about what we've got going here now with the Elite Series, with Taku, Fujita, Kenta, all the Japanese anglers, all the Canadian anglers, the Australian anglers. I mean, it's a true worldwide format, right?
Yeah.
And every one of them brings something
Absolutely.
fun and engaging.
Yeah.
To what we're trying to do, and that makes it all worthwhile.
And I think a lot of that too. You'll see at Eufaula next week. I know they started practice for the first Bassmaster Open. When you look at that field, you're going to see the diversity. You're going to have young, old, American, Canadian, Japanese, Italian. Like we're starting to see a lot of Italian anglers come over, try to get to the elites. So it all starts there. I know those guys are pumped up, so I got a bunch of buddies fishing that. Hope they all do well and get off to a good start. I'm looking forward to the Toledo Bend event.
Is that the only one you're doing?
I'm doing that division.
So watch how long it for. Of course, he just kind of punched it out there a little bit.
I see. Is he just kind of flipping grass?
I don't know.
He's just kind of
I
making
was
little
fixing
pitches?
to ask you experts of this kind of thing.
I mean, it appears to me it's what he's just pitching around. So I would.
What I think he's doing, I'm pretty sure, because I know which pocket he's in. See the trees a little bit down from him there? I fished those trees. I think a lot of these pockets off the Flint there where he's fishing have crappy brush in them.
Okay.
So I think he's scanning around, perhaps looking for some of those little piles.
Yeah.
But also I think there might be some strands of grass in those areas, or just he might be just looking. There might even be some sand spots where those fish could be bedding just off those docks. And I think that's the key. He's fishing a lot slower, and I think he's using his electronics to even find some of those beds. Now, right now he's shooting out into the middle.
Right.
So I would say he's definitely looking around some sort of pile.
Well, that and there is those piles of just those pods of hydrilla that seem to
scattered grass.
Yeah, just scattered here and there. But I bet there are a bunch of crappie because There was a bunch of crappie in that Wingate area.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they're everywhere.
Yeah. And, you know,
I actually saw a lot of them spawning on beds. I saw a lot of
Oh, everywhere.
big enough where for a minute you'd be like, is that a keeper?
The amount of 1.5 to
Yeah.
2 pound crappie in here is insane.
It looks to me like he is flipping a bait we heard a lot about last year, and I'm trying to remember the name of it. It is a leech-style looking bait that is kind of ringed. Was that a bellows gill or something, Jonathan? Remember hearing about this?
Yeah, is it that? It's kind of like a Ned-looking bait with little tentacles on it or something.
This one almost looked like a leaf almost, and how redneck is this description of this? It was kind of like a teardrop leaf-looking bait, but it had rings on it like a ringworm would have, that kind of thing. And I thought it was like a bellows gill or something. It looks something like that is what he's flipping. It's very similar to like a fluke-style bait.
It's not that one that's the something bug or something. I know Josh Douglas, I see always posts using it for smallmouth.
Dude, it could be. I have to step up my my Japanese tackle game before I get left behind. That's the other part too. It's amazing the advancements in tackle that if you're not catching up, like I still hadn't figured out what the smallmouth Disneyland King's special scent is or whatever. I don't have any of that. If I get some, I'll soak all my clothes in it before I go north. But these guys are just so on top of all that. And it's amazing to me, his patience. He almost looks like he's on a...
I told you. I mean, you saw him with
he's
his
just
hand
chilling.
on his
yeah,
hip.
hand on his hip, just so relaxed. And then we're going to go to the most like intense shallow water dude.
The guy who's always doing something, mentally, physically, the whole thing. Right?
Yeah, he has gills, man. This dude thinks like a fish. And he is probably in his favorite zone right now, being around that stuff right there, all that shallow cover.
100%.
And he's falling back to 6th, but with the fish he's got 3 for 4. I mean, he gets on one of the stretches where a fresh group is pulled in, started to do the deed. And
so he's 14, 15 pounds behind. That's 2 bites. That's what he's doing.
Yeah. I mean, if he fills his bag with 3 5-pounders now, and he had a big day yesterday, so it just takes a few of those fish. Like yesterday morning when I got to my area, I caught a 4.5-pounder that I had not seen all week. And I caught another one close to 4 that wouldn't bite the first 2 days. It just takes something like, he goes around the next corner, the next flip.
Yeah, from what I've seen here, I think these fish pull up so fast, but the one problem is they leave faster.
Yeah.
That's the hard thing. Like I went through a stretch yesterday that I looked at it the last 3 days prior, and I never seen a bed, and there was 5 beds sitting there yesterday, and everyone was empty. And I knew I was the only one fishing in that area, but somehow they were empty.
It's all happening so fast. Like, I had pollen on my truck today, and a week ago I didn't have pollen. It didn't seem like it's like spring just sprung over at Seminole so quick. Now see, he's got his little push pole up there on the front, so he's been getting in some really, really skinny water as well. Has he been looking at any, Steve?
He has the last couple of days.
So for the area of the lake he's fishing, I did notice they're spawning much shallower because the water's a little dirtier, and it does make them harder to see. But the advantage is it's harder for them to see you.
A lot easier to catch them.
And it does allow you to sneak up and catch them a little easier. But he just, in that kind of water, man, he's like a lion stalking prey. You can just look at him. He's ready to pounce. Kiyoya has his hand on his hip and is just chilling. It's just cool to see how we all do it so different.
Yeah.
But you could tell he's looking. He wants to just find, 2 or 3 of the right ones, and he'll know that's a chance for him to do well and make a run at this tournament.
And the area he's in's I see reed patches. I see the dead pad stems.
Yeah, it's
got it all.
Unbelievably variety of things there.
And I did notice, too, that was kind of the key stuff they would spawn on for me as well, would be a variety of the shallow cover, But, yeah, you can tell he's fishing, but he's looking as why he's fishing as well. So he's almost acting to me like he's either seen one or he's seen a hole or something. He sees a light spot. Something over there has his attention. You notice how long he's leaving the bait in the bed. A lot of times your actual cast and your your bait presentation can spook those bedfish. So you'll see a lot of the dudes that are really good at it. They make their cast count and milk it for all it's worth. That's why you see Drew Cook tapping the rod.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to move the bait without moving the bait. Hackney, I see, is just barely moving his rod tip. He's just trying to. You don't want to have to make multiple casts and spook the fish. You just want that cast in there as long as you can to try to get them, a little aggravated. He has such a good rhythm, though, when he's fishing spawning fish. You notice his trolling motor. He's on it, but look how slow he's moving.
Mm-hmm.
That allows him to be quiet and thorough what he's doing. So he's a maniac in this kind of fishing, but this is patience, too, to be trolling that slow.
And it's something to keep that composure when you only have 3 fish in the boat for 4 pounds. He knows, he's confident in what he does, and you can tell he's in his element, fishing that style, that shallow. This is his deal.
All these guys on the last day, too, with the exception of 1 or 2, they're realistic. They know they got to catch what they can to try to move up as far as they can.
Mm-hmm.
But Hackney is he is one of the few on the elites that truly goes in every event trying to win it. He's a killer dude. So he's not losing much money or falling back. So he's gonna capitalize on his chances.
You can't fall very far.
No, I can't fall very far, but with the career that he's had and all this, he's just he's a killer, man. He's not nickel and diming them. He knows how special these opportunities are. Even though he's been here countless times, they don't happen all the time. So.
And that's another thing. I know he's got a lot of experience here.
Yeah.
I'm sure he knows that it could happen quick, and there could be a 5, a 6, and a 7 sitting in a line.
Yeah.
Right. So we went from Fujita to Hackney and saw a wide difference of things. And now we're looking
They
at
were gone for
Schlapper.
quite a
Right
while, though.
there's
Yesterday
another.
they were, like, seriously around, like, all day. Loons and gators and peregrines and cormorants, striped bass, white bass.
I'm not going to lie, I'm surprised to see him with a jerkbait in his hand on
That's
day
funny,
4
'cause I
of this
hadn't-
event. I just did
Oh,
not
that
expect
was
to
like
see
a-
that. But
I
good for
hit
him.
him- I
I
hit
know
like
he
a
put
giant
his time
catfish
in
or something
here.
in
He
the
spent
back.
a lot of time pre-practicing.
That wasn't the bass.
I was here pre-practicing the same week he was.
I haven't caught a
He puts
white
his time
bass
in, but
or
I'm
a striper
surprised too because he's a shallow water guy.
at all.
He's a flipper, a sight fisher.
I think he said earlier in the day.
Yeah.
He picked up that jerkbait
Not
this
out here,
morning,
but when you go up
he had
shallow,
a couple
you
of
do.
right bites. He had to put it up, but I don't think he's used that jerkbait before today.
Wow. That's those things though that they don't get shown on the scoreboard a lot of times of how good these guys are and all that, but there's still that I'm gonna call them blessings.
The Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Well, here we stand with about 3 hours fishing time left to go for 10 anglers who've made it to Championship Sunday here at the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole, Bainbridge, Georgia. Second stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Let's take a look at our leaderboard as it stands right now. I don't know if you saw it on Live Mix while we were away, but Joey Cifuentes had a breakthrough today. He was actually able to land one of those big ones, something he needed to do, I'm thinking, for his state of mind as much as anything, which has now, propelled him back into a more substantial lead for sure. 8 pounds ahead of Kiyoya Fujita. That Schlapper, Derek Hudnell, and Tyler Rivet right now, his closest pursuers. Well, let's get you caught up on everything that's happened not only in the last hour, but all morning long. We're going to turn right now to our Toyota Midday Report.
Exactly, Tommy Sanders. Toyota Midday Report's going to start in the mouth of Spring Creek, kind of around the fish pond drain area. Not going to call it a community hole, but it pretty much is. A lot of pressure in this area, but Derek Hudnell found one of those sweet spots. This angler from Louisiana needing a good season here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, fishing call it about 4 to 7 feet. Little bit of a hard spot, surrounded with very, very heavy hydrilla, fishing a suspended jerkbait every single morning of this tournament. Said he kind of fell on this on day number 1, and it has reloaded every single day. Very, very solid morning, backing it up with a couple bladed jig fish, but most of Hudnell's damage done in a little 60 by 60 foot spot.
Having a good season for sure. So far, top 20 in Angler of the Year points. How about Pat Schlapper putting on a show for us in the first hour of fishing?
It was a show, Tommy Sanders, on FS1 with this guy right here, Pat Schlapper. I mean, he was coming apart at the seams for a while. And the one thing we talked about, Pat Schlapper using his forward-facing sonar, getting a little bit of love from Derek Hudnell, saying, hey, might want to lay that drop shot down and throw a jerkbait. Well, he did that to perfection this morning. And you have to find a theme where somewhere in the mix must have been a shad spawn right here, hooking himself right there. Pat Schlapper did. The reason why he made the comment yesterday, Tommy, he absolutely saw big bass blowing up on shad early. Pat Schlapper getting it done and actually taking the lead early this morning.
Really rollicking 1 hour and about 10 minutes of fishing that put Pat Schlapper on top. Just getting to know this guy, Kiyoya Fujita. What a big bass specialist he looks to be.
Yeah, taking a look at Kiyoya Fujita. I know Ronnie was going to try to get us a little bit of info on what he's throwing from our friend, our cameraman, Sego, out on the water. Taking a look at Fujita. One thing that we heard from Taku Ito, how good he is with front-facing sonar, did not seem the case today. Doing a lot of power fishing with Kiyoya Fujita, and he has proven one thing, like Taku Ito said, he is the real deal, anchoring his bag right now with a 7-pounder.
Based on the coverage this week of our great photographers and seeing a little bit on live, Fujita is coming out of his shell a little bit. A lot of sight fishing going on in that Wingates area as well, but definitely some Japanese-inspired techniques and baits coming into play for him. We'll see that in the top lures gallery starting tomorrow, I believe.
Caught a big one, over 8 yesterday. Now to our leader. Man who's had a really flawless 3 days to get here, but had to struggle this morning.
Yeah, and we were not manufacturing drama with Joey Cifuentes. It was an ugly morning. Days 2, we had a camera with Cifuentes, and days 3, and pretty much by about 9 o'clock, he always had between 17 and 19 pounds. That was not the case. Plagued by small fish and lost fish early this morning with Cifuentes. All of his damage on camera has been a small hand-poured worm on a drop shot, fishing it with a 1/4 ounce weight, morning dawn color, and big shot during our intermission, which has helped the cause. We don't need to manufacture any more drama. That is your Toyota Midday Report.
Absolutely. We're up to date now. Great to have you with us for these last 3 hours of fishing on Bassmaster Live. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. Tommy Sanders here. You heard Mark Zona. We got Ronnie Moore here also. And Ronnie, I don't think we're done with drama yet.
Yeah, yesterday at about 11 a.m., we had ruled this tournament complete. Cifuentes had a big bag, had a 10, 11-pound lead over Rivet and Greg Hackney and Ike and Ellie and the nearest pursuers. And that hour and a half, 2-hour window at the end of the day, small upgrades for Cifuentes and really big culls and catches by Rivet, Hackney, and some of those shallow water anglers. There's got to be a window for those shallow guys that have done well the last few days to finally kick in and maybe close that gap. Everybody else, Fujita and them started 10+ pounds back. It's hard for them to get to that 30-pound mark doing what they're doing. Hackney and Rivet are the only hope that we're already closer to Cifuentes.
Well, Mark Zona, if we've learned anything over the past 3 days, there's probably a couple more good bite windows yet to go on this day. The afternoon has kind of been fruitful for certain of our performers.
Really just kind of looking, I think the surprising thing this morning was, seeing Cifuentes not execute very well. Might have had some nerves involved, but it didn't look like he did much wrong. I mean, he grabs his line, but he grabbed his line every single day of this tournament and landed all those same bites. I think the most stunning thing in this tournament so far, Tommy, is we heard our man on the water, Davey Height, talk about how many were pushing shallow late yesterday afternoon. And you saw giant stringers, whether they were in the Flint with Bill Lowen, Tyler Rivet, or in the Hooch with Greg Hackney. It just amazes me that one of those shallow water guys that caught him good early on semifinal Saturday did not connect to everything Joey Cifuentes needed, if he was to have a slow start, happened today with the guys that were really close on his tail.
Absolutely, yeah, that was an opportunity offered to those guys for sure. And Such, where are we headed for the end of this day?
Well, Cifuentes getting up to 14 pounds, 12 ounces, he makes it a lot harder for even those guys who are just 4 pounds Rivet and 5 pounds behind them. They have to have a mega bag. They've done it. They've been over 20 pounds. They can do it, but he sure made it harder. One more fish. He's got a 2-pounder. One more 4-pounder. Could be a dagger.
All right, well, let's get back out on Lake Seminole. What a great place to stage a tournament, among the best in the business. It has offered us so much and given us so much over the course of the last 3 days and about 6 hours. The next 3 hours could show us a lot more. Take a look, anglers utilizing it looks like every corner of this lake, and that's good too. Joey Cifuentes, the rookie, on top.
And really the only thing he could say, so why this area? And his area, definitely he has scaled it down to just a very small 75-yard stretch. He said, the only thing I can tell you, man, is there are a lot of crappie spawning on the tops of this submerged timber. He said, when I get away from those crappie, I do not catch as many. So that is a possible connection with a lot of what he's caught this week.
It's a little.
Beside that 6-pounder, he's been culling up 1/4 pound at a time, seems like.
Yeah, those size have been landed by and large by Joey, just to struggle with the bigger ones that hadn't happened the previous day.
This is what happens when you got swimmers. It all gets tangled.
I know he's not originally from Arkansas, but if he gets it done today, you think we could get Joey to call the hogs at some point, maybe in an interview later? I'm not sure. Well, I know
been here long enough, he sure knows how.
The rest of the people rooting for him online from this state are definitely hoping he doesn't grab his line. Hopefully he doesn't lose any more there.
I think he grew up outside of Tampa area. Lithia is a little town.
A little bit better one.
A lot of sight fishing for Corey Johnston this week. A lot of fishing just to Senko around areas where he said he wasn't looking at them, but knows they were spawning. Caught over 40 keepers on semifinal Saturday.
We've seen him operate in places like, Central Florida, and doing very, very well around the fishing grass-adjacent spots. He had a tough start last week, but
looking at a Canadian angler, no, Mercer loves to cover. I can't get enough of Bowman on Live Mix talking about the international flair. You know, it's just a whole international flair is just so dadgum awesome on the Elite Series, and you got gators and whatnot. And, you know, Hackney just shallow is element. He's more like a predator up there in shallow water, like that gator right there. Just awesome.
And there's Greg Hackney.
There he is.
Hackney doesn't even need a weapon on that gator. He'll grab him, make some boots at him with his hands.
Sure.
He doesn't need nothing there.
Put a cold pile whooping on him.
Did you say coal pile whooping? I caught it. Yeah. That's another thing Bowman compared his body. We fished down in the coal pile. Taking a look at Greg Hackney's area.
It's the afternoon.
And this is where he's done most of his, and Hackney was one of the anglers that said, man, his practice was phenomenal. A crazy amount of bites, punching.
No, not really. There's no reason for me to mess up some live today. Oh, yeah, I'm around them. I don't know. It's like they don't even know who I am today. I don't know. I've only had that one good bite that I lost, you know. Well, I've lost two. Another one that possibly was a decent one, or missed. Really didn't. But I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I've been around. You know, the same kind of weight I've been catching, you know. I had to kind of get out of that hole. It was kind of stagnant, so I was like, well, I'll come out here and clear my brain a little bit, you know, just. I was like, I lost that. I was jagging with one, throw to another one. There's a big one, stick it, comes off, you know, so I was like, just get out of there for right now and make a loop, reset, go back. Or not, like, I was like, this might, because I haven't fished any of this. And like I said, that second afternoon, that swim jig bite was silly on them big ones, but they just got in the right mood.
Well, you get a good mix of the watercolors. You see that
It's like I hadn't had
cut through to the right feeds a lot of dirtier water where Hackney's at. More of a protected bay. And we got to see, if you look at that, and I don't know what it is. I want to ask Davey, guys like Tyler Rivet, you look at Hackney, you look at Bill Lowen, Bob Downey, said that grass, it looks like your lawn, but it grows up about above the surface of the water, about 6 to 8 inches. We have seen so many, and I don't know what that grass is, and I haven't found a single, maybe one of our viewers knows, but there have been so many fish spawning behind it in this tournament. Guys like Lowen, Bob Downey, Tyler Rivet, and none of them could tell you what that grass is. It's kind of to the left of Hackney's boat.
I heard it referred to yesterday as some sort of invasive species from Cuba. You know, it looks like fescue or hay or something like that a little bit.
And Tommy, I can't name a lake where we've seen it, because here's what's weird is Bob Downey said it would blow around. It's not like it's rooted just in one spot. He said throughout this tournament, it would shift in the backwater areas he was fishing. Said, Bob Downey.
I really took note of Greg Hackney's comment he just gave us there. It's like they don't even know who I am. Yeah. Very few people can get away with that comment.
Eat the food.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you know, with one thing that we did talk about, obviously Rivet coming out firing on day 3, so did Hackney. We did talk about a lot of our anglers saying these fish in these backwaters do not like being pressured, and maybe we're starting to see that take its toll here today.
Well, less than 3 hours fishing for just about all of our 10 anglers out there today. The weather they'll be dealing with. 77 degrees right now. Chamber Commerce Day for sure. Partly cloudy. Looks like mostly sunny right now, as it has been for the past several hours. West-northwest wind at 8 miles an hour. I don't think it's blowing that hard right now, but that's what we've got coming ahead for us, and that and some more fishing. Championship Sunday moves on. We are going till 3:30. Put it on your calendar, on your watch. 3:30 for the weigh-in coming up.
Yeah! No way! Live coverage of the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by TH Marine.
10 anglers have outfished everyone else in our 104 angler field here on the Bassmaster Elite Series to make it to today. Championship Sunday, Bainbridge, Georgia. There's our takeoff that happens every day, including today. The Earl May Boat Basin weigh-in also at that facility.
Yes.
We'll have a drive-through weigh-in for Championship Sunday, the top 10 coming through. So if you're around there, go enjoy the expo with the sponsors, the pros who hung around, and all the food trucks and different things in the region that have came out.
Big one. Yeah. Good decision. Good decision.
Well, and that decision being leaving the
pounder?
Flint and
Heck yeah.
the area Derek Hudnell's in. Seeing Iaconelli getting up
Heck,
way
yeah,
up
good
in
decision. Had to get out of Dodge,
Chattahoochee.
you know? I mean, that's just the way it was. We had to get out of there. We were just dying over there, you know? And that was a no-brainer. Now I gotta find these worms because I hadn't been fishing this way the whole time. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Tommy, I have been in Iaconelli's boat.
I know.
It is not easy to find stuff. It is not easy.
That's what we hear.
Organization, no.
No time.
Well, I've been in his barn, and it looks pretty organized to me.
Yeah, well, his boat ain't, Such.
That's because he's never home, Such.
Okay,
It's
yeah.
always, you can't mess it up if you don't get
I saw him a little while ago near the spot where he caught 19.6 on day 1 and 23.9 on day 2. So, you know, he burned down to the ground, we said.
Yes, and interesting, Such, his backup area was exactly where Hudnell has been fishing the whole tournament. See Iaconelli actually getting very close to where we've seen Caleb Summerall on day 3. Did not see him there a lot yesterday. I'm sorry, day 2 where we saw Caleb Summerall.
Corey's got some little ones in the boat. That should help him a touch. He's got one just over 1.5 pounds. Might get an ounce or 2 out of this.
Tommy, I heard rumors that Iaconelli still has like an elite trophy and a classic trophy somewhere in his boat under the tackle. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I heard. That's what, you know.
I can't confirm
in
that
one of
for
his
you.
main boxes, yeah.
Koya Fujita fishing just off of the Flint. I watched his track all week. Flint and Spring Creek. One thing different from Fujita and Taku Ito, it looks like Fujita likes fishing in grass a whole lot more than our friend Taku Ito.
Yeah.
Well, and based on the James River and the upper Chesapeake Bay where he qualified, other than the St. Lawrence River, that's what the Northern Opens was in 2022.
Yeah. 5 minutes. Yeah. Whew.
Number 5 giving him the second best bag of the day.
Too huff. Too huff. Yeah.
Got an 8-pound 6-ouncer on his dance card this tournament here yesterday.
Yes.
Foiling Matt Airy's plan. Matt Airy has fished for a long time, never won big bass of the tournament. Was so giddy, he caught an 8-1 on day 1 to at least hold that. Yesterday, dream was dashed. No big bass award for
He gets
Matt
the
Airy.
daily bonus, though, of $1,000, doesn't he? I heard Mercer announce this on stage the other day, the end of the year.
Yeah?
10 grand for
Please
the
stay
big
on.
bass of the season.
Oh, please stay on, please stay on, please stay on. Please stay on. Please stay on, girl. Please stay on. Please stay on. Please stay on there, baby. Please stay on there. Please don't jump. Oh my goodness, I'm about to lose it, guys. All right, just calm down. Let's get this fish in the boat. Let's get this fish in the boat. Come on, baby, please stay on there. Please stay on there. Oh no, it just hit a tree. Please stay on there, baby. No, 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 no. Come on, come on, come on, come on, please. Please, Lord. Let me get this fish. Yes! Woo! That's what I'm talking about right there. Another coal. We're gonna fish hard. Keep going, baby. Oh, black. Black. Where you at, black? Oh, man. Thank you, Lord. Oh, we're just gonna keep fishing hard, man. Oh, no, black. Come on. Man, if I had those other fish, I lost.
That's about the first time this tournament, Tommy. You could tell he's ratcheted up.
Yeah, his stress factor is up today, for sure. You're right.
He's been very calm. And one thing he said this morning is he's been in this position, but he did also talk about, he said, I've never seen a crowd like I saw at the day 3 weigh-in. And
Which one's the next one?
well, he is pretty close to locking this one up.
That was a big step right there.
I'm so pumped I got that fish in the boat. You know what? Oh, my goodness. What am I doing? All right. Pretty sure it's red, but I want to check again. Yeah. Yeah, it's red. Black and red were almost identical.
Z, do you always wonder how guys will
That's a good
who
one.
had the lead on day 3 will spend the overnight and in the morning? And that first fish.
Stand by.
About time. About time. That one didn't miss it. Thought it was a mudfish when he came up there.
Good one right there for Bill Lowen. Fishing in the Flint. You could see how pretty that watercolor is in a lot of those backwater pockets back to Cifuentes, who just made a big call.
Oh, come on, baby. I think that'll call me one. Oh. Don't go in a tree, please. I don't know where you're at. Come on, baby. Please don't come off. Please don't come off. Please stay on. Please stay on. Please stay on. You're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right. I mean, 3-pounder? Is that gonna coal? I don't know. I have no idea. We're gonna check. We're gonna check red. I'm pretty sure it's gonna coal red. Oh yeah. There ain't even no point in looking. Good, good.
Now he's up to almost 15 pounds. Joey Cifuentes kind of right in the ship here the last couple hours.
Definitely bigger. So green's going next.
And with you.
Get out of the grass. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna. Get it a little good. I missed him the first time. I'm surprised he bit it again. I hooked him.
Shane LaHue, a lot like Iaconelli, felt he burned up his area in the Flint. Spending a lot of this afternoon in Spring Creek with Shane LaHue today. The solid limit in his boat. Now to the mouth of Spring Creek with Corey Johnston.
A little better. Those are the ones I like, one flippers. Come on. Okay, good.
Exactly what we saw yesterday. This time of day, a lot of those fish really starting to set up good near or around their beds.
It's not like it really matters, but God, it's so fun watching them eat it.
Three and a half pounders, best so far. Just over 13 pounds, according to Bass Track, for Corey Johnston.
Yeah. It's more like how it's supposed to be. There's another decent one. I don't know if it's 4.
Kind of went to biting, Tommy.
Yeah, big. Kind of
Yeah,
snuck
I'd
up
say
on us there. Lots of bites in the last 20 minutes.
Lowen's was a 3.5 pounder too. Johnson's was a 3.5.
We got some of the top performers from the last 3 or 4 years on the Elite Series. We got 2 rookies atop our leaderboard and 3 guys who have been out here for a couple of decades, including this man, Bill Lowen, who just notched his first victory year before last at Pickwick Lake.
Oh, that's a big one. Stay on. Know how good she's hooked. Nice. Boy, I'm glad I didn't boat flip her. I don't think we're running across the lake now. I don't think we're leaving. I don't think we're leaving. I don't think we're leaving. Whew. Yes, sir. Boy, she was barely hooked. So glad I didn't boat flip her. 4.12. 4-pounder. Beautiful.
Bill Lowen filling his limit there with a good one right there, and he's liking where he's landed right now. It's going to stay there a while. keep our eye on Bill and all the rest of our 10, but Joey Cifuentes looking pretty solid right now. He has solidified his quest to win in his first year as a Bassmaster Elite Series competitor. Fujita right behind him. Schlapper, we hadn't seen him catch too much in the last hour or so. Tyler Rivet, the likes of Greg Hackney, still looking for those two guys to get things going on the order of what they did yesterday. Take ourselves a quick break and come right back.
Yes!
No way!
Live coverage of the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by TH Marine.
Championship Sunday moving on here. Everybody's making a little move, it looks like, here on Lake Seminole. It's the mighty bald eagle right there.
Oh yeah.
All of our friends, all of the denizens of this beautiful part of South Georgia, way down in the corner in the southwest here, lush part of the world, right here to be sure.
Yes, and absolutely confirming from our guy David Brown out on the ground. He said that is Cuban bull rush. It made its way here through the Hurricane Michael, very highly invasive, and that is if you ask a lot of our anglers in this field, they said no, they have never seen it before. Big hats off to David Brown helping us out there.
Yeah, David Brown's up on all the species, all the flora and fauna, just about everywhere we go. And boy, yeah, it's been productive grass this week.
His last two fish came in as 3-pounders. He's up to 16-12. 83
Strong.
pounds, 7 ounces total.
Okay, so we're down to the only way Joey Cifuentes doesn't win is maybe a miscall and a mechanical failure in the last 2 hours. Tommy, is that fair?
I guess. I hate to think of it that way, but I guess you're right.
We're down to anything.
Could have his check-in time written wrong
Yeah,
on
I was
his
gonna
hand.
say since the weigh-in's gonna be 3:45 instead of 3:30, maybe he thinks the check-in time's then. I don't know, but I doubt. If it's 3 o'clock, he's gonna be right near the ramp.
That's
He was wound up after the weigh-in yesterday, Joey Cifuentes was.
I was trying to ask you about guys if you ever worry about them going overnight with a lead.
How so, Sue?
The mental aspect
we have seen guys sproing on the final days of the day. He did not seem to possess the sproinging trait that we've seen in tournaments past.
He said he's been there before.
Keeper.
This is his 13th B.A.S.S. entry. 96 over another circuit. Won 4 times, I think, co-angler, and a lot of the times. Won 400,000.
At least we're getting some bites. You know, we were in a funk. We couldn't get a bite for hours, plural. It's good to just get some bites.
Great first 2 days for Iaconelli, 19-6 and 23-9. Good week last week at Okeechobee. This season looks way different from last year.
Looks way different. We're bouncing all over.
Boy, well, yeah.
Absolutely.
We're down below decks here, I think, for a second.
Again, everything that we've seen him put in his live well, again, coming on a drop shot, hand poured, Morning Dawn color worm, Texas rigged, 1/4 ounce weight. Big key for him, 12-pound Berkeley fluorocarbon. We watched him. He has leaned on several just to get them up out of that submerged timber. Do think we saw Joey throw a jerkbait 3 casts yesterday. That's been about one of the only times we've seen him transition baits.
Yeah. If you're just checking in on this tournament for the first time this week, this is the 2nd week in a row we have seen the leader almost exclusively fishing with his forward-facing sonar in a place where it really wasn't that expected.
No, and I'll tell you, big hats off to our buddy, Rob Newell. I mean, we used to hang out with Rob after weigh-ins, Tommy.
Sure, absolutely. He's from here. He's from this area. Yeah.
Yes, and when we did the pre-show, Newell nailed this. He did. You can look all the way back, though, to, I think it was, holy cow, Casey Iwa
back in that tournament back
caught them doing this, caught them doing what Cifuentes is doing way before front-facing sonar 2.5 decades ago.
Yeah, he led that tournament for a while that Mike Iaconelli won, did he not?
One, but a pound and a half. Or...
Yes. Yes.
Good decision coming up here. I mean, this isn't the winning fish, but you had to put some fish in the boat, you know? Hell yeah. This is the most momentum we've had in 2 days together. That's pretty sad, and these are like baby fish. I didn't care. I'm just happy I'm getting bit, you know? Boy, it looked like a big one when he freaking boiled on it like he was 10 pounds. Feels good, though. Feels good. I'd like to catch one more before we leave here. I got this other guy fishing against me here, and he's in the Classic today, competing against me. So he's fishing really hard over there.
Hey Z, I just want you to know that those guys who won the Classic at Okeechobee, they were jumping on the back deck after getting that 7 or 8 pounder, and they were celebrating. Boat 21, you said.
Yes.
They did indeed win the Classic, and they were thrilled to be featured on Bassmaster Live, so much so they reposted it, and they were excited about their unplanned tournament they were fishing in.
That's, you know, you see that in a lot of sports.
I once jumped in and stole the ball from LeBron in the middle of the game, too.
That is, we know this, man. It is spring in the South. You're going to
barely getting it. Look at that.
deal with a lot of boat pressure.
Got to be careful. And as hard as they come out there to get it, I cannot believe they're just barely getting it. Oh, button ain't working. All right. Gonna get rid of that little guy. All this is a game of decisions. That's all this is.
Bill Lowen Lure Parts online swim jig and a Strike King cutter worm all week long for Bill Lowen.
277. 2.5 pounder almost. We're gonna get rid of a 1.6. What's that? The other one? Yeah, I got you. Easy, easy, kids. Easy, easy. Number 2. We're at 5. Number 2. Come on. Pretty good trade. Make sure that's number 2. Yep.
What did that weigh, Bill?
It weighed 2.7. My scale's showing 19.99. Whew. I don't know if that's right.
Can you show me your bait there?
But it feels good. Yeah, I'm just swimming a June bug jig with a boot tail on it.
June bug's a color they don't see a lot of. Phew.
They want to just, again, what was your key bait this week?
All right. You know, for me this week, I've had 2 key baits actually. There's a swim worm, a strike king cutter worm, and June bug, and black and blue. That bait has given me some key bites this week, you know, some 4.5 pound bites. But my predominant pattern's just been swimming this June bug colored jig around. Like I said, anytime I'm in Florida, when you got that dark tannicky colored water, I feel like June bug works really well. You know, everybody that follows me knows I love to swim a jig, and typically, you know, this time of year, typically it's some kind of kicky leg, you know, like a rage crawl or a rage bug or something like that. But this week for me, it's been all about a boot tail. It just seems like that's what's getting me my bigger bites this week, and as you can see, they're really starting to bite it right now. I'm not doing any kind of shaking or anything, I'm just winding it, kind of almost slow rolling it through the grass. And it's a lot of fun, boy. When they get it, but it just, for some reason, they're just barely getting it right now. I'm just gonna have to be careful with them when I get them on.
That's off the bill, been improving day over day for the previous 2 days, and looks like he's headed to.
For me, it's just been about covering water, fishing as many of these holes as I can. That's been the whole key. If I can't find a hole behind the grass, I haven't been able to get any bites. And I totally figured that out the first day of practice, or the first day of the tournament, because I couldn't get a bite on a swim jig hardly at all. And I had 2 key bites on the first day of the tournament, a 3.5 and a 5.5 that keyed me into this deal. And I've just been rolling with it ever since.
Bill, a river fishing guy, grew up on the Ohio River.
Kind of lost his consistency when he got the taste of the winning bug. He had spent the last 20 years of his life just being so consistent. Gets a win at 21 in Pickwick, tries to win all the events the rest of that season, he says, and that's why I had a downturn in AOY points.
Yep.
Getting back to his roots, and what a great start to his season. 12th in Angler of the Year right now after 2 events.
See, he's the original 12 pound you to death guy. Is he going to have to get on the board with the forward-facing sonar that you explained earlier, that these guys who are 12 pound get check, have to go to 14,
I think
15?
he's doing just fine with. I think he's doing really good with that swim jig, Such.
Well, you said that the fishing will evolve, though, in the future. Some guys.
Yeah, but look, at the same point.
Shallow.
Such. Greg Hackney has the same electronics as Joey Cifuentes. He is not out there doing it. There's just anglers that are not going to fish that way, no matter what.
Right.
You know,
Back and got her.
And vice versa. There's guys that are going to stare at their front-facing sonar and never go shallow again.
There you go. All right. Now it's time to work. Now it is time to work with 2.5 hours.
We thought that of this guy. That he was Mr. Puncher.
All right. Caught her. Wish I had 5 more other spots.
You know, just I guess my point of that, Such, is just because you've seen him win a tournament with forward-facing sonar, and more than likely Joey Cifuentes is going to win this tournament doing that, it does not mean the field's going to say, okay, we need to all go offshore and do that. You're not going to see that happen ever in turn. Well, I don't know. I'm not going to say ever.
Tyler Rivet started the day in 2nd place. Had a tough morning, very, very slow for him, but now he's fished his way back up to 3rd place right now. He got a couple of 3-pounders, going to need a whole lot more weight, though. He wants to pull off back-to-back victories. Fujita in 2nd place, and there's Joey Cifuentes steadily upgrading, continuing to do what he's been doing. Will he find some more big ones? We'll be back.
No way!
Live coverage of the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by TH Marine.
In some ways, it feels like we've been on Seminole for a whole long time, but these days seem to go by very, very quickly. Already, we're down to the last couple of hours of fishing time for our top 10 who fish their way into that. Oh, you think the days too are slow, Z? Okay. I guess I can see that.
It was day two. Day two was, well, I think we used the term grimy. But the great part about this tournament, Tommy, really days 3 and today have been fantastic fishing. We're going to take a look right now at our Yamaha Midday report, really dissect what's gone on. Beautiful area right there. Aerial from our friend Wes Miller, been on the water. Your Yamaha Midday report. Really slow, grimy morning for Bill Lowen and guys like Tyler Rivet fishing up in the Flint. Turning the tides, throwing a swim jig with a paddle tail trailer, colored June bug, backing it up with a swimming worm.
Just missed another one.
And really the one thing you could say about Bill Lowen, man, he has turned the tides in the Flint big time. And what we've seen in the Flint River is guys going on flurries every single day. Yesterday we saw that with Tyler Rivet. Today it is with Bill Lowen.
Bill Lowen getting a little better with each passing day in this tournament here, and he's in a good mood right now. A couple of big ones in the last hour, and on his way maybe to get close to 20 pounds. Scare 20 would be a great day for Bill Lowen, as he's coming off a season that wasn't up to his standards, but getting a great start to 2023 as he tries to qualify for that 24 Academy Sports and Outdoors World Championship Bassmaster Classic.
No doubt about it. From there, we're going to head in the mouth of Spring Creek. Pat Schlapper getting a little bit of love from Derek Hudnell saying, hey, I know you drop shot him all week. Don't be scared to throw that suspending jerkbait. Well, he did that. And Tommy, I'm not going to lie. For the first 90 minutes on Bassmaster Live, it was a Time hot mess with Pat Schlapper. Hooked everything within sight, himself included. Even started barking at some loons that were approaching his boat. Pat Schlapper fishing in about 15 feet of water, big clumps of hydrilla, and that was a heck of a flurry from this Wisconsin angler early this morning on Lake Seminole.
Oh, he started slow on this Elite Series, but getting really good. He's got his own personal style.
Whoa!
And
stand up.
He does.
You got to admire it.
He's a big karate guy too, Tommy. He loves his karate moves and his dancing. Unlike Caleb Kufal and that.
Mercer's a big fan,
yeah,
for sure.
100%.
There's our champion from last week. First guy out with a win this season on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Raised from Louisiana's Tyler Rivet. He's had a great evolving through the years on the Elite Series.
Yes, a lot of his work done in this tournament fishing in the Flint River, and really said after day 2 catching so many 3-pound bass, he had to get out of certain areas. Not seeing as many fish catches today, but Tyler Rivet still hanging unofficially in our top 6. From there, Koya Fujita, rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series, had a tough Lake Okeechobee, turning the tides. I want to tell you something about Fujita in this tournament, Tommy. Fishing just off the Flint River in a very popular backwater. There are a lot of anglers that fished in this tournament that are driving home watching this footage, and Koya Fujita just hands down outfished other anglers around him. Very impressive for his first year on the Bassmaster. And I'm going to tell you something. He's not scared to mix a little finesse with some power, too. Backing up with this unofficial 7-pounder earlier today.
Big giant there at Wingate's, place with so much history. His first trip to America, well, second trip. He had a sparkling debut on the Northern Opens last year. Just an incredible record if you want to look up those finishes. Stumbled a little bit out of the blocks last week, but now he is looking strong, and he's living up to his pre-billing, as you could say.
Yep, and the story of this tournament has been every single day. Joey Cifuentes and Such. I want to go back because I'm dwelling on this. You asking me if Bill Lowen's going to go forward-facing sonar the rest of the season. I want to talk to you about something. And granted, this tournament has been dominated by Joey Cifuentes. We've seen tournaments like Patrick Walters dominating with forward-facing sonar. Here's the other thing about it, man. You can have that technology and suck at it and not know how to use it. You can have that technology and not want to fish like this. And obviously, when you get on them, you could blow a tournament away like we're seeing right here. The other side of that, Such, this guy found them. I guarantee you there were so many anglers that tried to make this happen throughout practice. The one angler that did make it happen, Joey Cifuentes, in a very big way. That's your Yamaha Midday reports.
And there's your unofficial leaderboard as per Bass Track right now, just still upgrading and upgrading as we go. Joey Cifuentes expanding that lead. Had a huge lead yesterday as well, and it sort of fell off at the end of the day. Was kind of run down a little bit by the likes of Greg Hackney, Tyler Rivet, but boy, he's rebuilt from this morning's difficulties and slowness and a few setbacks, and looking really, really good shape right now with less than 2 hours fishing time for most of the anglers in our top 10. Kyoya Fujita, what a great first look we've had at him in the course of this tournament. Back for a little more dock action here.
Yes. Yeah. But 2 pound. No big bass.
"26 years old.
In his 6th B.A.S.S. event, looking for his biggest payday. Second place is 35 grand. He's got the Phoenix Boats Big Bass of 8.6 yesterday and wins the daily. If somebody brings in a bigger one today, he'll get the overall, 37 grand.
Yeah, kind of watching Fujita fish. Taku Ito said, very scary fisherman. You can tell he is the real deal, as young as he is, and Taku said very good with his front-facing sonar. We've not seen a lot of that. We've seen a lot of very just solid shallow water fishing with Fujita today.
His bio says he's won every major tournament title in Japan, including 6 wins and 4 Angler of the Year races. I think he's 26, right, Rennie?
Yeah, very young, and that was the one big difference. All these guys are very skilled. We've talked about it. Kenta Kimura has been in America for a long time, really hitting his groove the last few years. Taku Ito comes over, has really quick success. The difference with Kyoya is how young he is. He's accomplished all that in Japan from 18 to 24 years old compared to people doing it till their mid-30s.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very meticulous, he's said to be. All of his retying and logbook keeping, etc. It's be one to watch, that's for sure. Back to Corey Johnston.
Just like,
boy, those are just two polar opposite human beings to go from Fujita to Corey Johnston.
What do you mean by that, Z?
Just different human beings off the water, I'm sure.
cool,
I don't know. Koya, very well. I don't see Corey and Koya hanging all that often, but you never know. We'll see at the Classic.
Yeah, you know?
not a big one, but they're fun.
The end of last year, Taku spent a lot of time with Caleb Summerall and Matt Robertson, so you just, you know, the more you spend on the elites, the more you get peer pressured into hanging out.
Yep, you're right. I saw Taku hanging with some of the bad kids near the end of the season.
Well, hey, that's how you expand your world. Diversity of thought.
Just throwing a few different stick baits, basically, and covering water, throwing the clout quite a bit. It's been pretty simple. Just got to come across 5 of the right ones. All right, let's go find another one.
Some of the catches we have been witness to. Corey's boat there.
And Corey really has stayed in one general region of Spring Creek. A lot of these high spots, backsides of islands.
Corey, like Bill Lowen, no big giant 20-plus day, but just steady improvement from 16 to 17 to 18.
Yeah, the one thing Corey said, Tommy, that was, it even surprised him. I said, did you feel like there was more coming? He said, no, I'm catching what's there, and I'm not. Davey made the comment, a lot of this area yesterday had a lot more fish late in the day coming, and Corey said that just never has happened around. He has caught what's been around him without a push, which everybody thought was coming in this tournament is still yet to happen.
We've seen him pick apart that vegetation on the St. Johns River, and very adept at that. He's good at cleaning a place out.
I said this, Tommy, earlier in the week. We were just talking about picks, and I had Corey on my fantasy team. I said, I know he's won a Bassmaster Open on smallmouth at the St. Lawrence, and I know he's been so close at St. Lawrence for Elite Series events. I said, I think Corey's first victory on the Elite Series is going to be on a largemouth, 20 largemouth tournament compared to his shots on Gull up north, he shoots almost 100% making top 10s, it seems. I just have a feeling that his style, that differs from Chris just slightly, really sets up well for a Santee Cooper or a Lake Seminole this week and Okeechobee, those places, for him to break through for an elite title.
Now, the one common connection with him and Chris, you get in a lake that's got a blade of grass in it, they're pretty good. Those any lake that we've gone to, and granted, he struggled mightily at Okeechobee, which he probably would tell you it even surprised him. You guys are, as we talked about it on day 2 of this tournament, a lot of these lakes with grass actually set up good for northern largemouth fishermen.
We've seen that on Gunnersville. Caleb Kufall winning there, and Bob Downey, guys like that, just feeling ultra comfortable fishing the Tennessee River when it has grass towards the late spring, early summer. And it feels like Okeechobee's a place, Z, especially seeing how it played out. You could have been in the right area, but you're the 10th boat to roll in there. You don't feel comfortable getting a spot. You maybe fish just a tick too fast, and you're in some of those high percentage areas, but it's just the luck of the draw on where you roll into and rotation wise,
Ronnie, I think I agree with that. I think you've seen that in this tournament. There is a lot of guys that were fishing the same backwaters as Bill Lowen, Fujita, Hackney, that are not with us today, that watched the show go down, whether you were, like you said, maybe not on that magic 50-yard radius spot, or you just fished a hair too fast.
5 more decent ones at least.
Well, Tommy Sanders, I'm going to say one of our power pole replays of the day back in the FS1 era earlier today was a one Pat Schlapper. It was a 90-minute power pole replay of the day, but this one right here, it is not that power pole replay of the day. It is during our break. Joey Cifuentes is just going to let it ride. This might be the nail in the coffin for Joey Cifuentes.
Oh my God! No, go in there's a tree right there. No,
Come on. Yes! Ah! Bam! Look at that coal right there.
Big one right there for Joey Cifuentes. Slow morning, but we have seen big shots from him all week long. A very well needed one here on Championship Sunday as our power pole replay of the day.
Yeah, he had lost some big ones before that. It was starting to become a stress factor for him. You could tell he looks a lot more relaxed, as he has been for the previous days in this tournament right now. And with that lead, who wouldn't be? 83 pounds and 7 ounces, 9 pounds ahead of his closest competitor, Tyler, Rivet, Schlapper, and Fujita in pursuit. But boy, they're going to have to pull off a Hail Mary of some sort to get to the top.
The Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
So Larry has been obviously a really big part of my fishing career. When I first got into tournament fishing, you know, he really embraced me, and me and him hit it off really, really good. We became buddies, and he just saw my passion, and it inspired him. And so we both just, you know, really worked together, and all the different techniques. Larry's really pretty versatile guy. He fishes finesse, and then he'll do a little bit of power fishing. But so I got to learn and see all the different aspects from Larry, and he's just a great guy, and he's a legend in the sport of bass fishing. So really our relationship started with, I asked my buddy, I just wanted to go fishing with Larry Nixon. Like, that's all I want to do. I told my friend Logan, I said, hey man, can you get me in the boat with Larry Nixon? I just want to go fishing with him. And sure enough, I got fortunate to do that, and we hit it off, and then, you know, I started the whole tournament thing. So.
Legend in the sport of bass fishing, Joey Cifuentes talking about Larry Nixon. And if you're just joining us, welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. The 2023 Elite Series roster expanded this year to 104 anglers, including a couple legendary anglers that have been on the Elites, but we added another legend, and that was the General Larry Nixon, the 1983 Bassmaster Classic champion. He was the first B.A.S.S. $1 million angler, 1980, 1982 Angler of the Year, and this year on the 2023 Bassmaster Elite Series. We got to see him at Okeechobee day one to kick off our season. So cool to see someone who has so much history with bass. During COVID, Tommy, 2020, we got to do kind of a mystery science theater. We got to watch him, and we got to talk to him about his classic victory in 1983. So great to have Larry Nixon here, and also his connection here is his ties with Joey Cifuentes. To be able to have a young angler you can mentor and see them come up from local to back of the boat nationally to now front of the boat, and now possibly an Elite Series champion in just a few hours' time. Very cool to see his mentorship of Joey take off.
Absolutely. Literally a hero to everyone who follows professional bass fishing, the great Larry Nixon.
Agreed.
And there's Larry right now. Larry, so good to see you. We've been waiting for this for so long, for you to come back and be in the Bassmaster Elite Series with us, and it's just a thrill. And thanks for spending some time with us today and being a part of the story. I mean, you get so much credit for the development of this young man we're watching right now, Joey Cifuentes. Is his recollection of your meeting him to match up with yours?
Yes, very much so. He's a great angler. That boy is, he's a hard fisherman, way better than I am. I believe me, I passed my, but I was fortunate enough to get to spend a lot of time in the boat with Joey. And, it's so good to see him doing well.
Well, what sort of things specifically did you all talk about and work on that have helped him get to this point which is an amazing premier season? Well, the biggest thing is patience. I've got the patience of Joe. That's what Dad gives. To slow down, stand in the roller motor all the time, and fish. Do fish right. There's a time to go fast. There's a time to slow down. And, I think he finally got that figured out, and this morning, that's the only thing I've done. I called him last night, and I said, hey, dude,
I said, look, they may not bite early in the morning. They bid early for you today. And I said, you know, you got in there. I said, women in a way, they wake up in a new world every day.
Well, I think the patience lesson paid off. He hasn't moved from that spot very much during the course of 3 and now almost 4 days of fishing right now. What do you think about this approach he took? He went and found something that virtually no one else was doing, and that's sometimes how you win tournaments, right?
Well, we had talked about this, and plus everything else in that lake, and the way that we had that monster cold front before practice started, and then the wind blew out of the south for 3 days. Ridiculous. Both of us never had a good practice until we got the trees and started fooling around. Way better at it, believe me. He's got that forward facing sonar down pat. I caught 2 or 3 big ones, and he caught 2 or 3 big ones. And I said, Joey, we get out. We're going to fish out here if we don't find something else. And you know, he's took it to a new level. He's really done a good job with it, and me doing something, of course, that hindsight, something that I'm not good at. It got me the first day, and then yesterday or day before, I stayed out of his hair. I caught a couple. But I hope he can win this. I'm so excited for him.
Larry, again, such a thrill to have you out here. And as we look forward to the remainder of this 2023 season, what destination are you looking forward to the most?
Well, I've kind of already passed both of them that I really loved. But, you know, I like Murray and I like Santee. I like the Great Lakes. I love St. Clair. You know I love that lake. I've won there. It's really good too. So the whole tour, the whole elite tour is awesome.
Well, Larry, great to have you back. A hero to all, the great Larry Nixon, and a part of our story, a big part of our story behind the scenes, as it turns out, with young Joey Cifuentes. So, Larry, thanks so much, and we'll see him down there. I can't wait to see Larry Marzona on St. Clair. I have some great memories of him. Really wheeling and dealing out there.
Yeah, I fished a chair one time in a certain bay of Lake St. Clair. That chair has become famous with lots of tubes and drop shots hanging off of it.
I will bet.
Hey, one thing, Tommy, about Nixon and I were texting back and forth last night is just to have, you know, Larry Nixon as a mental coach for the situation that Cifuentes is in right here of, dude, it may not start hot like it has the past few days, just to have him kind of keep. I heard Cifuentes make this statement this morning. Keep your blinders on and your head down. Well, he has kept his head down for 3.5 days. There's no doubt about that. But to have that vote of confidence, coaching you up a little bit, not a bad person to listen to, being Larry Nixon. No doubt about that. And that's a special thing for Nixon to see what's transpired. Don't get me wrong. I know Larry as well as you do. We're looking at Mike Iaconelli right here. Tommy, you know this. Larry Nixon, I guarantee you, with Cifuentes in the back of his boat as a co-angler, that helped Larry through the years as well. You get an awesome co-angler that can scour the water behind you. That's huge.
Great point.
It was like Jaws, like dun 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 dun, and all of a sudden I felt, and the line went slack. Yeah, that's 5. Took all day. 130 for crying out loud. Look at that grass though, guys. That right there is coontail. You don't see a lot of that. You see mostly hydrilla out here, so that's pretty unique. That's coontail. Yeah. Old spinning rod saving the day for me once again. Oh boy, come to Lake Seminole, throw a spinning rod. Crying out loud. Yeah. Man, at least we can go to weigh-in now, huh? I'm not kidding. I was like, I'm thinking, man, I ain't calling that one to fish. I'll let him go with the ramp.
Kind of eerily looks similar, Tommy, with his setup in the little
cool
bay
bite,
and
dude.
grass. to his classic iconic.
I was just holding my
fish
breath,
catch
you know,
in
because
2010.
sometimes they don't eat it. You see the tidal wave and they don't eat it, you know.
Minus the screaming, of course.
He said at the ramp this morning, it's kind of bittersweet for him. He knew he couldn't win it. Too far back to do that today, but so happy to be here in the top 10. Make it top
Especially
10.
last year. The only reason why we had him on camera last year was if we chose him on day
10-3.
one, not because of performance. So to see him catching them and being up in the Angler of the Year race early in the season means, hey, maybe Ike's never been gone, but maybe he's back this year to his old form.
Refocused, he said he had to refocus.
Ronnie, that is a good call you just made right there, saying it looks like Venice, where Iaconelli won. That's one thing I asked Hackney. I said, what does this place remind you of? He said, it's got a lot of Venice vibe in it to Hackney, and Iaconelli right around the corner from where Hackney's at. So very good call on that, very good comparison.
Hackney remains the only one without a limit today. He's on 3 fish still.
They're a little bitty, man. Were you on the frog when it did it? Cameraman. I'm playing with you.
Mark Zoni, you talked about it. Derek Hudnell, needing some stability, needing to string some good events together to catch him this year. The one big change that we've made on the Elite Series is we've always gone by, since 2019, your average, your career average, or the average of the last few years to stay requalified for the Elite Series. But based on votes and going back to the old way we used to do it, it is now kind of a dual thing. If you were in the top 70 of AOY, if you're 70th or better, you're safe no matter what your career average is. You have earned your spot to the Elite Series the next year being in the top 70. Then we take the bottom 30 or so anglers to make it to 100. Take those bottom 30, compare their AOY averages, take out any rookies that guaranteed themselves a second year, and you'll end up cutting 10 or so as we welcome in Opens and the Nation Champion the next year. So the goal is 100 plus exemptions, whether they're medical or legends. So top 70 and you'll fish next year, and you'll fish the rest of your career if you stay in the top 70.
Great info. Extremely confusing, though. Tommy and I really struggle with it, Ronnie. We really do.
This is actually way easier. You don't have to worry about people's career averages. If they're in the top 70, they're safe. You don't have to worry. Then the math only happens for a small portion.
But
Easy for you, friendo.
We're going to drop, 10 folks every year because we have 9 coming in on the EQ and 1 on Bass Nation?
Yeah, roughly, depending on retirements and medical hardships, all that stuff.
Okay.
That's more weed stuff there, Such.
And as to the tournament here, the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite on Lake Seminole, we got Joey Cifuentes, more of the same, what we have seen. And with a big lead, threatening to expand it at any moment, and a couple of guys who's going to have to do some big work to get closer. We're going to take a quick break and come right back. It's coming up next month, just a month away, the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Toyota, March 24th, 25th, and 26th, one of the great college towns in America. Knoxville, Tennessee is also one of the great bass fishing towns in America. We're going to have our way in there in town. We're going to take off right there, volunteer landing. It's going to be a big time. Set the record there before. The last time we were there, it got broken, but let's see if we can set it again when we return to Knoxville, Fort Loudon, and Tellico.
Yeah, Dave Mercer predicting he thinks we're going to break that record yet again. Great thing about Knoxville, especially that classic, is everything within walking distance should be a big time, days and evenings.
Yes, for sure.
Something moved on it right there. There he is. Uh-oh. 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 Stay on there, baby. Come on, get out of that grass. Come on, get out of the grass. Not as big as I thought she was. Ooh, I thought that was a giant there. Finally, a decent one. I think that'll go. Number 3, 262. Three and a half. It's been a minute. Pretty good goal.
One thing that guys like Derek Hudnell, Corey Johnston, Pat Schlapper, even Mike Iaconelli, they talk about they can't win, they're too far behind. Every spot that they can gain today. We talk about moving day yesterday. Mark Menendez gaining 30 points towards Angler of the Year. Those are huge points. If you gain 5 points today and you go from 10th to 5th, those are 5 points that you could use at Lay Lake, at Sabine River, at St. Lawrence to make the Classic, or
that sucker shot out of there.
maybe even win Angler of the Year for one of these anglers.
Derek Hudnell with the second best limit of the day, 17.9, according to Bass Track, versus 17.10 for Kyoya Fujita. Of course, maybe not expected by everyone, but front-facing sonar played a big role, and it continues to play a big role here. Our Davey Height filled us in on some of those aspects earlier this week.
Okay, it's really cool in Spring Creek again here because there's just so much to look at. You have vegetation, all different types, hydrilla, and obviously a lot of standing timber. And this has been kind of the safe that no one's cracked in my lifetime on Spring Creek at Lake Seminole, is figuring out how to fish this timber efficiently. I mean, I've had good tournaments here, and then I've had tournaments where I could not figure these fish out. Knowing that they always live here, it's everything a bass could want is right here in Spring Creek. The standing timber, hydrilla, good clear water. We talked about Mega Live a little bit, some this week, but also 360 is very, very important. You're looking at 360 now, and you can see these trees, and you can see what's really cool is when these fish are relating to the bottom, like they seem to be a lot more this week. That's why a lot of guys kind of gave up on Spring Creek, because they were looking for those fish, 10 feet and less, where you catch them with a jerk bait, those sort of things. These fish seem to be a lot closer to the bottom. So instead of just standing timber, we want to look for trees that have fallen over, logs that are laying on the bottom these fish relate to. That's what you can find with Humminbird 360. You look, you can see the shadows. You can tell how far those logs are up off the bottom. You can see a lot more. So with the Mega Live forward facing, also 360, you really can see everything there is underwater.
Very much a part of what's going on out here today. And as you mentioned, Mark Zona, it's there's varying degrees of expertise among all the people who now own some of those right now, and it requires a good bit of work to get really, really sharp with it.
No doubt. And I think one thing Davey said early in the tournament where a lot of guys might have missed it, we're looking for fish that were suspended in that timber. Oh boy.
Got her. Got her.
For all you folks in TV land, in the mouth. Whoa! That's a 4 1/4. Yeah!
I got to ask Anthony in the truck. We need to replay that and just let it ride again. Let the sound ride.
With the sound. Got to have the sound.
Yes. And don't be scared to turn it up.
4. Oh, wait. 1, 2, 3. And now we'll get through these little guys. What a call. That's 100% a 3-pound call. Wow, how about that, dude? Just saw her waking around, you know?
his day.
Never saw the bed, never saw anything, but her just... We made the right decision, man. You know, this morning I really fished to try to catch 30 pounds, and I got to the point in the day where it wasn't happening, and we just made a decision to get up here, and it was a good decision. It was a good decision to just, we had to change our day. We had to get some bites, and we got some good bites. You know, in hindsight, I wish I would have come up here earlier, but, you know, I had the wherewithal to make the change, and I got to be proud of that, you know. Hit her hard, dude. Hit her hard. I mean, I hit her. I hit her. I hit her hard. Oh, I hit her hard. I hit her hard, dude. Whew. I'm telling you, man, I hit her hard, dude. Hard. Yes. Yes, I did. Let me rig this back on there just in case we see another one. That was freaking awesome. That made today, all the pain and suffering from this morning made it all worth it right there. Full grown one, dude. Gosh, I regret not coming up here earlier. A little too hard-headed, you know? Hopefully that fish right there does get me a spot.
Is Ike and Nelly actually back until we hear a full-fledged scream? Then we know Ike's back.
Well, I'd say.
Let it ride. Let it ride. Let it ride.
Got her! Got her! Got her! Got her! Got her! Ah! Ah!
For all you folks in TV land, in the mouth. Whoa! That's a 4 1/4. Yeah! Full grown one in the boat. Okay, I think we got 3 in here. Let me just make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, wait. 1, 2, 3. And now we'll get through these little guys. What a call.
There is.
You want it?
There's a lot going on up in that skull. There's a lot of things happening.
He hit her hard.
He made that known.
It might be another spawner, another big one.
4.5 pounder. He got out of the cellar.
Oh boy.
And Tommy, I'll tell you something. You know this. Back when he
went
on vacation, when he took a field trip, I taped a lot of shows with Ike and Ellie. There could be no money on the line, and this is exactly what goes on camera. You are exhausted by the end of the day mentally with him.
I mean, that was like you're sitting in the old quadruplex movie theater, and they've got a grinder movie going on next door, and you hear something like that coming through the wall, and everybody snaps their head over that way.
Oh, yeah.
Just think he does this in a kayak, too. I don't know how he doesn't flip over in those as well.
Come on, move for me one more time. Come on. Come on. You usually find them in groups like this too, you know? You find one big spawner, a lot of times there's a couple right in a little cluster like this. Not uncommon, you know? I don't know. I haven't seen anything move recently, but.
About this time on day 2 when he caught 23.9, and he caught that 7-pounder. And then took the lead, and then Mr. Cifuentes caught a 6-4 to take it right back.
Man, I'm having a heck of a time with this rod.
It's a chunky fish, but I don't know. I don't know what I have in here. Maybe a little bit. Looking for bigger ones. Finish this thing strong. Let's go.
Flotilla has been with Joey Cifuentes every day that we've been in his boat.
They're noisy. I think they got a vuvuzela in there too or something. They got some kind of air horn maybe or something. Yeah, he's got an effective cheering squad. He's got an effective way of going about his business too. He's got a great lead with time running out on Championship Sunday here at Lake Seminole, second stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Joey Cifuentes, a little bit of a stumble this morning, but that's been the only chink in the armor that we have seen during the course of this week. Fujita, great tournament as well. Tyler Rivet, Mike Iaconelli giving us a great show just a few minutes ago. Kind of make chills run up and down your spine. We've got more when we come back.
Yeah! No way!
Live coverage of the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by TH Marine.
We get very close to the final hour of fishing here at the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole. Looking very good for our leader for the past 3 days. That is Joey Cifuentes the third. And man, oh man, weigh-in coming up at 3:45 p.m. today local time in Bainbridge, Georgia. The man who will be in charge of that, running it as always, will be our associate, the great Dave Mercer. And there's Dave Mercer right there. And Dave, you know, we look at this effort by Joey Cifuentes. It likely won't even crack the top 10 in margins of victory, biggest margins of victory in Bassmaster Elite Series history. But to do that, talk about how great it is to do that as a rookie, to have this kind of start to your career.
Really incredible. I mean, you know, and Joey has, you know, he's won a few times from the back of the boat, and he's been close in some big events in the past. But to seal the deal 2 events into his Elite Series career, absolutely unbelievable. I mean, Bassmaster has the slogan, Big Bass, Big Stage, Big Dreams, and there couldn't be a better slogan on earth. If you look at our first 2 winners and literally how you can change your life in just a couple of weeks, to see what happened with Tyler Rivet and is still happening with Tyler Rivet and Joey Cifuentes here this week, it really is, it's pretty incredible, and it shows. I mean, he was remarkably calm at takeoff. I tried to get Hackney to, kind of rattle him a little bit, but he was remarkably calm. And man, the cool thing about today is he was tested. You want to see your champions tested, and he was tested. For that brief period of time, it looked like, man, if things can go bad, they're starting to happen. He stayed strong, and I think this is a great moment for Joey Cifuentes, and it just shows how strong the rookies that come here, and they're just getting stronger and stronger every year. You got rookies kicking off for the EQ next week down the road here at Eufaula, and you just realize that it's not, 10 years ago. 10 years ago, you'd get a rookie come to the Elite Series, and they'd get 2, 3, and maybe 4 years to kind of make their mark. These rookies are tested against the best to get here, and they are making an impact right away.
Dave, one thing that I did hear Joey Cifuentes say after the weigh-in last night, he was talking about he had never experienced the fan interaction that he experienced yesterday at the weigh-in. Looking forward, the Bassmaster Classic, obviously, it's the biggest event in our sport, and it's a celebration of that. The fans, it's always a circus. Talk about the one thing that we've seen that's unique about this. Really, a lot of guys were weighing in yesterday, and I was listening to guys like Jason Christie, how quickly they're focused on that event right now. Right when this ended, they have shifted gears to Knoxville, Tennessee.
Immediately. There is no downtime. You talk about other sports and how people take a break or what. There's no break. I mean, Jason Christie, he said on stage, Hackney, we talked about it this morning, the moment that he checks in, he will be focused on one thing and one thing only, and that is the Bassmaster Classic. And with good reason. And it's kind of weird. I always feel bad for some of the rookies who just started off their season with the Elite Series. If you're fishing the Classic, you don't have a big break, you know what I mean? You go home, you're right back into Classic prep and competing, and then before you know it, you're back in the Elite Series. But there's about a month or so gap if you're not fishing the Bassmaster Classic. But you're right, Z. I mean, every single one of the competitors in the Bassmaster Classic is laser focused on the Classic, and if you aren't, you better get sharp in a hurry. My pick, by the way, I'm throwing it out there.
Yeah.
Greg Hackney is winning the Bassmaster Classic.
Greg Hackney
all in for the Bassmaster Classic.
You have spoken. Let it be known. Mercer is picking Greg Hackney. One more. So we're talking about rookies too today. Let's talk a little bit about Kyoya Fujita. Obviously, an 8+ yesterday, a 7 today. This guy has got his own way of working. He looks very efficient, very polished. He's ready to go, right?
A lot of hype around him coming into this, Sego, obviously, and a lot of the Japanese correspondents and stuff. Very, very excited to see him in the Elite Series. I mean, and you look at his route to the Elite Series, he fished 3 opens and qualified, came to the other side of the world and qualified like that. And, man, watching him and watching just how precise and how dialed in he is going to be a major force to be reckoned with. I mean, to have been a player in this event, and like you said, Phoenix Boats Big Bass, an 8-6 yesterday and a 7 today. Unbelievable, and I think it just speaks for all of the waves of rookies coming here. It's a different time in the sport. I mean, I think what we're seeing over the last number of years is almost an evolution too, because when I first started working in the elites, you had a lot of people who were specialists. You have somebody who's there's your jig guy, and there's your flipping guy, your shallow water, there's a deep water angler, and they would shine in those moments. But I think that the young anglers that are coming here now, they are fully tuned in anglers. They are threatened in everywhere, whether it be from Florida to New York, anywhere in between. They can catch fish in every single situation, and they come here prepared and ready.
Dave, we watched that catch from Fujita earlier today where he just cracked the whip on that boat dock up there near Wingates, and I saw Davey just start beaming with excitement. And the one thing I'm going to talk to you about is Taku Ito always tells you on stage, Taku has no power, spinning rod, no baitcaster, no grass. Don't be scared to tune Taku up, because obviously Fujita, about the same size, has much power on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Much power. And hey, don't think that Takumi hasn't noticed it. I'll give you a little insider scoop. Right after takeoff, literally the boat's left, and right after takeoff, Takumi Ito backs down the ramp, and on his way he said, is this the off limits? Am I allowed to fish here? He spent the majority of the day fishing here, so I think Takumi heard that whip loud and clear. And guys, I got a smash burger waiting for me, so enjoy the weigh-in.
We will. It sounds like it's on.
All right.
Takumi.
Yeah.
And Kiyoya. Good stuff for him on Dave Mercer, right? Oh, he's gone. He's out of the picture right there.
Exactly.
He'll be back.
He was done with that whole thing.
Yeah.
I would love to see Fujita do one of them gun shows at the weigh-in at Point at Taku.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Let it happen. Settle this.
Joey there, the student wants to know, how do you feel about fishing on the final day and potentially in position to win this thing?
Well, I don't feel like I'm in position to win right now, to be honest with you. I think I need 20 pounds at least today, and I don't have that. But I mean, it's just been one of them days. It's been really grindy. I've been fishing hard. It's been fun though. I'm still thankful to to be here fishing on the final day. Don't get me wrong, but I had a goal here to try and win this tournament, and man, I'm struggling today. So but overall the tournament was great, and man, I can't wait to get back out here again on another top 10. So appreciate everybody watching at home and all the friends and family and all the support from everybody. It's been really cool.
Well, you can tell he still thinks the door is open. So one of the few times in this tournament he has got away from that core 50-yard stretch in Spring Creek. Said he marked a few big fish yesterday at the base of these trees. That's one of the reasons, Davey Height said he thinks a lot of anglers overlook this area. A lot of fish were at the base of the trees, not suspended.
Say that today, but it's the truth. You can't slip up one day on this pond, I'm telling you. With these boys, anyway. Too many big fish in this lake. And I am not catching them today. And one good bite. One good bite, though, would give me maybe a shot, maybe, depending on how everybody else is done. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe.
Tommy, we've heard these soliloquies before. Guys thinking
There's
they didn't
a bass,
do enough.
finally.
Oh, yeah.
Took forever to see one, but he ain't gonna eat it. Let me do it. I don't know what I got here. Oh my gosh! Oh no, it come off! That was a 6 or 7 pounder. Golly. Man, it's just when you're not having it. It's just not your day. It's not your day, man. That was a 6 pounder. At least a 6 pounder. Unreal. I cannot believe that fish came off. Man. Dude, this is sick. This is sickening. That was the bite I've been waiting to get, and I got it finally. And it came off. Unreal. Good grief, man. That was such a big fish. Bigger than the one I caught earlier. I mean, I really honestly think it was, his mouth was that big around. It was a giant. Just put a brand new hook on too. I mean, it's just like, what more do you do? Throw back in there. Hope it bites again. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. I gotta forget about that, but I can't believe that just happened.
He is more than likely going to win this tournament, but he's going to have a long ride up the Flint River.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's getting the full range of emotions today.
Yes.
A full ticket.
Little one.
That's what the giant that he lost was feeding on. Was those
Man, I
little
could have
ones.
had somewhat of a day today. I'm telling you.
Tommy, I cannot remember a tournament where a leader has been in complete control up to this point and literally looks like he has totally lost this event. I cannot remember one.
Maybe that's a rookie thing. Maybe he hasn't developed his sense of knowing where he is versus the field as much as some of the more experienced anglers. But my goodness, yeah, hate to see him go through all that.
It's also, he had a big time second place finish last year, a third place finish. He's been close before, no wins, maybe not given up a lead, but been in the position before of not closing the deal. And even if your weight is good and you're live well, when you miss or lose 5, 6, 7, more than you've lost all week combined in the final day, you just feel there's no way that this is going to end good, even though it is right now.
Well, while he was missing that, we had sketchy service, but Koyo Fujita caught a 414. He's over 20 pounds. Wow. He cut the deficit to right around 7.
Well, inching ever closer toward the close of the fishing day for these 10 anglers. Championship Sunday at the Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite. Joey Cifuentes, lead cut down, as we just heard from Such, by a little bit by Fujita, but Tyler Rivet, Pat Schlapper, Hudnell, and all the rest have still got a long way to try to run this man down. He doesn't know it, but he's pretty much in control as it stands right now. We got more fishing to watch, though, and we will be back. Well, let's take a look at our marathon peak performance. Z, I think we know who we're talking about here.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy one. Taking a look at Joey Cifuentes all week long, fishing up in Spring Creek, 22 feet of water. Watching what he has done with one primary lure. Fishing a little hand-poured popular worm. Morning Dawn color, 1/4 ounce weight, 12-pound Berkeley fluorocarbon.
Yes.
Trying to land a bunch of big ones out of a minefield of timber out there. Definitely getting it done in a big way, Tommy Sanders. And really, it's been grimy today, but his performance all week long has been one thing. You know what that is? Go ahead, roll it, Anthony.
Yes. Got her. Got her. Got her. Got her.
That's what it's been, Tommy Sanders.
It's strong. Strong, you're saying. Strong and forceful.
Got her. Got her.
He's getting choked.
Got her. Got her. Got her.
Oh, no.
It seemed like such a great idea. We're taking a look. This is a long marathon peak performance.
This
Don't
really
be scared
is.
to keep rolling that sound.
Oh, my goodness.
Joey Cifuentes, he has been
it's a big one.
tried here on Championship Sunday. Lost a lot of big bass.
But
Marathon peak performance.
Interested to see what that fish
Set it.
weighs right there.
oh, it's a good one.
For Tyler Rivet in the Kissimmee River and Joey Cifuentes fishing in Spring Creek here on Lake Seminole.
Ah, thank you, Lord.
And he has definitely earned this one. It has been a crazy day for the angler from Arkansas.
Going to be one of the most dominant performances we've seen. Of course, he's done everything, but be able to win it wire to wire. He did fall a little short of the 20-pound mark on day number 1, so he's done pretty much everything to dominate except go wire to wire.
Yeah, and let's take a look at what the damage that he has done. And we have watched the majority of it on camera throughout this week. Joey Cifuentes, rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series. We have played every single fish catch we've got on camera for this marathon big performance.
Marathon is right.
It's right. Taking a look, very, very consistent. We have him at 16 pounds and 12 ounces. I think that's very conservative because he has one big anchor in his live well. Just lost one of those anchors. But your marathon peak performance is a guy not fishing shallow in this tournament. Marathon peak performance, Joey Cifuentes. Great job all around, even though he may be one of the most depressed champions as of right now, driving back to our weigh-in on Championship Sunday. Marathon peak performance.
Does not think he has gotten the job done on today. Most people who've been watching and seeing his fellow competitors know that he has done probably more than enough. That's Schlapper.
Oh, yeah, babe, you got him right in the mouth. You got it. Oh, he's skinny, but he ain't little. Feel me up, baby. Oh, shoot. That's a freaking Jim Dandy. I don't know if he's 5, but he's got to be close, doesn't he? Oh, baby. Oh, my God, Father. So we got a beam number 1 and number 4. Or 70. Pound upgrade. I'm gonna go sight fishing for a little bit, I said. So number 1 and number 4, we gotta do the old beamer-rooney.
Such, if he goes from 9th to 3rd or 4th, where he's at right now,
was
within
awesome, wasn't it?
a couple ounces, how much money
Did you
increase
get
is
that on film?
I think it's about 9th place is 16 grand, and that's 25.
Okay, 10 grand for a good day of fishing.
Yes.
He has caught a whole pile of Jim Dandy Jiminy crickets throughout this final day.
JJ's, yeah.
to the bottom, and he went like this. He went, pow. Number 1 and number 4.
Boy, all the right moves for Pat Schlapper today, starting out with a suspending jerkbait. The majority of his damage, and then what he calls it a little ditch throughout the week, was also with a drop shot, deciding to go shallow. Sight fishing one before our weigh-in today. Great tournament for Pat Schlapper from Wisconsin.
Be his biggest B.A.S.S. check.
Pat Schlapper, known as the big fish guy of 2022, seemingly caught the big bass of the tournament multiple events last year. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Before that Kyoya Fujita 414 that Such mentioned on Bass Track just a moment ago, we were on pace to maybe make another portion of history. Double-digit Elite Series winning margins for tournaments. We've had it happen quite a few times in our, what has it been, Tommy? 16, 17 seasons of the Elite Series.
Yeah.
We've had it 12 different times. A couple notables. 2020 at Lake Fork, Patrick Walters won by 29 pounds and change. That was the largest winning margin in Elite Series history. Like we said, 12 times it's happened where 10 pounds or more was the winning margin. Lake Fork, it's happened 3 times. Brandon Cobb in 2019, Patrick Walters 2020, and Lee Livesey the second time in 2022. He did it. We've actually had it every year since 2019. At least someone has won by more than 10 pounds. Caleb Kufal doing it in 2021 at Gunnersville. We've had some different places like Bull Shoals, Smith Mountain, Grand Lake, Toho, Okeechobee. We've had a lot of a variety of places that have won by 10 pounds or more. Lake Seminole, if Joey Cifuentes landed that 6-pounder, 7-pounder, it could have been the first or the second lake to have multiple 10-plus pound wins. Like we said in 2014, a 13-pound margin, I do believe, from B-Hype beating his second place, I think, Todd Faircloth. So the fact of the matter, one more big bite, and Joey Cifuentes can do something that's only been done 12 previous times, win by more than 10 pounds. What a dominant performance this week. We've seen some of these places in the South can be really top heavy, and you don't even have to break 100 pounds. I think 8 of the 12 previous records were all non-Century Club double-digit wins. Guys from ranging from 66 pounds to 85, 90 pounds. So doesn't matter how much the winning weight is, man, if you blow away the field, congratulations, you have earned it on the Elite Series.
I may have missed it. Did you say how many times it's been done by a rookie?
I don't think many. I mean,
can't remember ever. Double digits.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I think Height, well, he wasn't a rookie, but I think that may have been his first Elite,
Yeah,
wasn't
it
it?
was his first Elite tournament. The lowest winning weight to win by more than 10 pounds was Ben Matsubu over Bill Smith Jr. at Lake Toho in 2007. 66 pounds, 8 ounces. Ranks right there in the middle at 14-1 for the winning margin.
Ronnie, you might have said this at the Screen of Knowledge. How many folks had Joey Cifuentes on their fantasy team?
Like 7.
What? I got him on my Drain the Lake.
No, I know you do. Well,
I looked up in
it was
2021. He had a 5th place finish in the Toyota Series here.
See what I did there, Tommy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks, Z. Yeah, you just
0.5%, Z. 0.5% chose him.
Wow. Wow.
Which would be, what is it? If we have 50 to 60,000 people, 1% of that would be.
Don't give me a headache here this late in the day.
500, so 0.5 would be 50 people or something for
double digits.
Big one. God. Stay on there. Yeah! 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 Big one. Big one. 3-pounder, 3 1/4. Dude, we came up here late, but we made the right decision, dude. We had to totally switch gears. The hardest thing in fishing, leave what you've been doing to try something new. Fish the moment, read the hat right here, fish the moment. That's what you gotta do. Big one, dude. Yeah. Yeah. I can't remember. There was an obvious one that was heavier. If you remember which it was. Got one more little one to get rid of. We can do this. Look like white.
Did you hear that, Z? He said idling out this morning, I need 30 pounds to win. He finally gets a limit and catches 2 kickers, and he says, we can do this.
20 minutes, a little less. Gotta leave here at 10 of. Another spot. I just looked good in practice. I never caught one here. Just looked right, you know? Come on. 3 pound? Yeah, 3 pounder. It's probably a hair bigger, but let's call it 3 because they're always mad at me because I overestimate everything.
Say it again.
Who is this they? It sounds like it's a Z. Just
Thank you. It's funny, I caught that real little one. I threw it right back in the same spot thinking, oh, maybe it's a bed. You know, I don't know if it was or I just got lucky or what. But look at the bottom here. That's hard to find. You see it, right? Sandy. Hard to find. Come on. Come on. Come on, we can do this. One more. Come on, help me. Big one. Giant. Nope, it's a 2 pounder though. Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
My.
Yeah! Come back in a century. Not gonna win, but hey, points are points. 2 pounder. A little over 2 pounder. Almost the same exact cast. Look at the belly on that thing. Okay, that's the small one now, I think. Look at that call. It's a good call. There's one other smaller one there. These are all pretty good ones, dude.
That was a big adjustment, Balin, on the Flint River, where he did all of his damage all 3 days of this tournament, going up into Chattahoochee and getting it done late on Championship Sunday for Iaconelli.
Yeah, those first 2 days in the Flint River were great for Mike Iaconelli, and boy, he sacrificed his vocal cords today during the course of that comeback we have been watching right there.
Man, it's fun. Fishing's fun when Ike's having fun.
Oh, man, absolutely. Super exciting. Joey Cifuentes, though, the man still in charge. Big lead over Kyoya Fujita, Tyler Rivet, Pat Schlapper, Derek Hudnell, and the rest of our top 10 getting closer and closer to weigh-in time.
The Gamakatsu Bassmaster Elite at Lake Seminole is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
It's been a decade since the Bassmaster Elite Series has been here to legendary Lake Seminole. All of us so anxious to get back and see how this year's edition of the Bassmaster Elite Series would strategize on Lake Seminole, the approaches they would take. So let's take a deeper look into that with our Humminbird Unlock the Lake. Ronnie, why don't you start by leading us right into it?
Yeah, the Humminbird Unlocked the Lake. Mark Zona said it all week. We knew that multiple areas on Lake Seminole would factor and play, and boy, have we seen that. The Flint River, Wingate, Spring Creek, the Chattahoochee, everywhere in between has factored. And for Greg Hackney, he came into the final day with some big-time momentum. 3rd place, a big bag on day 3. We thought the charge could happen for him, and he did a lot of his work this week in an area a lot of other hammers were in, Z, but he outfished all of them.
Yeah, and really looking at this Humminbird Unlock the Lake with Greg Hackney fishing the lower end of the Chattahoochee, getting one of those little backwater bays where the water's a lot cleaner, and it was just making adjustments throughout this tournament, going from a buzzbait and a swim jig to a lot of sight fishing. And the one thing to really take from Hackney, who was punching them through thick mats throughout practice with a big weight, as the fish changed moods. Greg Hackney going to a very, very lightweight with the Strike King Rage Bug and getting it done. And really, like you said, out fishing the competition around him. And take a look at Pat Schlapper. Not quite the area Pat Schlapper was actually in right there. Pat Schlapper was in the mouth of Spring Creek. We got to talk about it early today, getting his job done in about a 15-foot ditch. Hydrilla growing almost to the surface, and it really just felt like there has been a shad spawn there every morning, because he would absolutely light them up. Most of Schlapper's work throughout days 1 through 3 with a drop shot, getting it done big time today with a suspending jerk bait. Big morning for Pat Schlapper.
Seems like day to day, Tommy, it would be a slow bite. You could only do it fishing finesse or flipping, and then the other days, all of a sudden, it's a moving bait bite. This morning, it was a huge moving bait bite for Pat Schlapper, switching to that jerk bait. And obviously, he's had to adjust this afternoon and catch some fish sight fishing as well.
Very, very common for every day to be different on a different timetable, but it was fun getting the day started with Pat Schlapper.
Been fishing with some big-time momentum the last 2 seasons in the Elite Series. Kind of a big fish hunter, seeking out some of these big-time bodies of water like Santee Cooper and Chickamauga, catching big fish as we take it over to Tyler Rivet, living in the Flint River. Honestly, coming off of the highest of highs, winning at Okeechobee, Z, we wondered if there would be a fall-off, but he has carried that momentum into a flawless 4 days here at Seminole. It's good when your worst day has you in 16th.
Yeah, and it really kind of seems like Tyler Rivet figured this tournament out late on day number 1 with cameraman Brian Evie catching a late 6-pounder and just seeing a lot of movement in that backwater. And the one thing that we've got to see, at least in the Flint River, if you got in one of those magical 50-yard stretches, you could absolutely decimate them, while others in those little pockets and creeks literally did not catch much at all. Another great tournament for the young angler from Louisiana, Tyler Rivet.
Yes. Tyler Rivet, 17-4, 19-11, and 25-11 over the first 3 days. Man, oh man, momentum is strong in this sport of bass fishing.
Yeah, and even though it was a little bit of a tougher day for Rivet, being able to adjust and get a limit is huge. And a guy who honestly had to switch gears from his Okeechobee finish, second Elite Series event of his career, Kyoya Fujita, picking up his spinning rod, sight fishing some, really outfishing a lot of people in the Wingates region, Z, which is known as a great sight fishing and a great, finesse area at times because of the clear water.
No doubt. Fujita fishing a little bit in Spring Creek every single day as we would watch him, but really the majority of his time spent in the Flint River in that little pocket up by Wingates. And the best way to put it, just like Tyler Rivet and other anglers in the Flint, the pockets are not as big as other areas on Lake Seminole. Fujita just out fishing other anglers around him.
Having the biggest bass on that final day early this morning, kind of put his hat in there trying to challenge this man, Tommy, Joey Cifuentes. What a spectacular weekend. On a day 2 where it was tougher for a lot of anglers, he had 26 pounds and an ounce, and that was the day that set him apart from the rest.
It's not that many of them. Finally. That's about... No, 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 no. Oh my God. Yes.
Big tournament for Joey Cifuentes. We talked about it in this Humminbird Unlock the Lake. An angler that found something to himself, like we saw Tyler Rivet do a week ago in the Kissimmee River. 22 feet of water, a hand-poured drop shot worm, quarter-ounce weight.
Yes.
Very key trees, submerged timber. Basically a minefield. Joey Cifuentes getting it done.
Be a good call.
Took a different approach, just like we saw at Lake Okeechobee, the Kissimmee River for Tyler Rivet, a different approach for Cifuentes. We knew forward-facing sonar could factor this week, but did we know it would dominate like this for a specific angler? A lot of people not doing those techniques, Tommy. he mastered that technique this week.
Absolutely. Wasn't without a lot of stress on the final day, but Joey Cifuentes, absolutely a great performance by a rookie out here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. That is your Humminbird Unlock the Lake.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Japanese technique. Yeah. Thank you. Panda? Yeah. Oh, 5. Yes. Yeah.
What a final day for this rookie. I don't remember the last time, Tommy, we were talking about this during a commercial, when an Elite Series rookie was first and second in an Elite event, just 2 events into their career. I mean, so early in their careers, and a winner in second place this week so far.
I can't remember that ever happening. Corey Johnston.
I mean, it is a sheet of glass out there now. Ronnie, I think myself and a lot of the viewers would love if you can find out some of those Japanese lures and techniques that we've seen with Fujita today. Like to find out a little more of those, because we've not got a good look at any of his lures today. No.
Hackney's still the only one without a limit on our top 10 right now, according to Bass Track.
It looks great, I'll be honest with you. I was thinking that last night, you know, I'm like, I see another fun tournament in my future. I don't know which one, but there's not one that I dislike. And I kind of like at the end that we're, you know, going north, because the fishing will be so good. So, I mean, it's just kind of a, I don't know. When I saw the season last year, I was pretty excited. A little disappointed in my performance at Okeechobee, but I basically caught my practice. I didn't have a good practice, so. Got some points there, gonna get good points here, made a little money. Gonna fish next week at Eufaula, so. I mean, then in a couple weeks, we'll be at Knoxville, Tennessee, diving around. I am. There'll be a lot of people there. The lake will fish small, but it'll be real similar to here. It's the same river. We're in the river. This water right here is flowing out of Eufaula right now. We got to go. I'm gonna make one more last deal, and we got to roll. I can't believe I came out.
Big one just moments ago from Fujita.
Yep. Is that Iaconelli in the background? That
a bullhorn or foghorn?
Well, the final casts of the day are being completed by our 10 anglers out there. Just a big fish catching day for us today. Great action on Bassmaster Live.
No doubt, Tommy Sanders. And a big hats off to number one. You got to give it up for Joey Cifuentes. What he got done pretty much all to himself all week long. But all of the anglers in the top 10 besides Cifuentes, really, they had to outfish a lot of competition around them and make major tweaks to the way they caught them. Here's the one thing we could say about Lake Seminole this time around. Very unpredictable.
TV land.
Just about everyone except maybe our winner having to do some adjustments, change the plans. Again, I'm with you, Z. Congrats to these top 10. They have shown some great resourcefulness throughout the course of this tournament.
Oh my. Yes! Back!
Big time rookie show as well. And a lot of things this tournament had going for it, and it's all going to be wrapped up starting at 3:45 Eastern Time right here on Bassmaster.com. We cannot wait. And in that Yeti hot seat, there he is, Joey Cifuentes. What a week he's had. Great to have you all with us today. The next time we see you here on Bassmaster Live, we'll be at the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic. Can't wait.